Volume I, From Colonial Times to the Founding of the American Federation of Labor. By Philip V. Foner. International Publishers, New York. For this edition, the author has added notes on pages 142, 432 and 474. Fourth printing, 1972, Sierrata, page 568. Copyright 1947 by International Publishers Co., Inc. Library of Congress Catalog Card Number 47 to 19381. ISBN, Cloth, 0-7178 OSGX, Paperback, A-1780376J. Printhept in the United States of America. Preface. Labor comes to America. Labor conditions in Europe, 14 getting to America, 17. 2. 3. 4. 5. 6. Labor in colonial America. Slaves and indentured servants, 19. Emergence of wage earners, 22. Labor conditions and organizations, 24. Struggles for democracy, 28. Labor and the American Revolution. Background for revolution, 32. The Sons of Liberty, 34. Political action, 37. The road to independence, 40. The war for independence, 43. Victory, 46. American industrial development, 1783.1880. Obstacles to industrial growth, 48. Role of transportation, 52. Rise of the factory system, 53. Industrial expansion on the eve of the Civil War, 55. Industrial growth during the Civil War, 58. Industrial expansion after the Civil War, 60. Trends to Ward monopoly, 60. Crises and labor's answers, 62. Early trade unions. Labor conditions in post-revolutionary America, 65. The merchant capitalist enters, 67. Temporary labor associations, 69. The first trade unions, 70. Union policies and practices, 72. Labor and the courts, 77. Labor and Jeffersonian democracy. Sources of Jeffersonian democracy, 82. The Democratic Republican societies, 85. The Federalist counteroffensive, 87. The triumph of Jeffersonianism, 89. Labor and the embargo, 91. Labor and the War of 1812, 93. Extension of democracy, 95. 9. 13. 19. 32. 48. 65. 82. 7. 8. 9. I0. Trade unionism and labor struggles, 1819 to 1837. Labor conditions, 97. Labor's awakening, 101. City centrals, U2. National Labor Organization, U3. The 10-hour day, 25. Labor and the public, N8. Early labor parties. The political awakening, 122. The workingmen's program, 123. Philadelphia, 127. New York, 130. New England, 140. Decline and disappearance, 140. Achievements, 141. Labor and Jacksonian democracy. Labor's estimate of Jackson, 143. The Bank War, 144. Labor's role in New York, 149. Rise of the Locofocos, 153. Locofocoism spreads, 159. Achievements of the Locofocos, 162. The era of utopianism. Decline of the trade unions, 100. Land reform, 108. Land reform. Decline of the trade unions, 167. Spread of machinery, 163. Credo of the Utopians, 170. Oenism, 173. Fourierism, 174. Producers' cooperatives, 178. Consumers' cooperatives, 181. Land reform, 183. Utopian reformers and trade unionism, 188. 11. The 10-hour movement, 1840 to 1860. The revival of trade unionism, 192. Factory workers and the labor movement, 192. The 10-hour philosophy, 199. New England Workingmen's Association, 202. 10-hour strikes, 207. 10-hour laws, 210. Decline in New England, 211. Upsurge in Pennsylvania, 212. Activity in the 50s, 213. Political action in New Jersey, 216. Results of the 10-hour movement, 217. 12. Trade unions and labor struggles in the 50s. Labor conditions, 219. Local trade unions, 220 immigrant labor, 224 English influences, 227 the German-American labor movement, 228 National Labor Organization, 234 unemployment demonstrations, 237 revival of unionism, 240 New England shoemakers strike, 241 labor and politics, 245. 97. 121. 143. 167. 191. 219. 13. Labor in the antebellum South. Slavery, 250 resistance, 252 white workers and slavery, 258. Slavery's dilemma, 264. 14. Northern labor and slavery. Uncertainties, 267 labor and the abolitionists, 270 wage slavery and chattel slavery, 272 impact of slavery extension, 276 the slaveholders program, 280 emergence of the Republican Party, 282. Election of 1856, 286. Fighting Republican conservatism, 288 Lincoln and Labor, 291. Election of 1860. 293. 15. Labor and the Civil War. Labor and the Secession Crisis, 298 to arms, 306. Fighting for what? 310 English workers and the Civil War, 312. Contributions of Negro workers, 317. 16. Labor and the Copperheads. Labor and the Draft, 321 Copperhead propaganda, 324 wartime contrasts, 325. Wartime strikes, 327. Failure of the Copperhead campaign, 329 Labor turns to Lincoln, 33 L role of the labor press, 333. Workingmen's Democratic Republican Association, 335 victory, 336. 17. The Labor Movement 1861 to 1866. Causes of Trade Union Revival, 338 women workers, 341 more and bigger unions, 344 the molders, 346. The labor press, 349 the employers' counterattack, 352 labor tightens its ranks, 355 political action, 357 a national perspective, 359 towards an 8-hour day, 363. 18. The Labor Movement 1866 to 1872. Founding the National Labor Union, 370 the First Congress, 371. Strengthening the National Labor Union, 375 the 8-hour day, 377 women workers and women's rights, 382. 19. The Labor Movement 1866 to 1872, continued, Labor and Reconstruction, 389 Organization of Negro Workers. 249. 266. 297. 321. 338. 370. 389. 395 Negro Labor Conventions of 1869 for 02. The National Colored Labor Union, 403. 20. The Labor Movement 1866 to 1872, concluded. International Labor Unity, 409 The First International in America, 413 The Cooperative Movement, 417 Monetary Reform, 420. Political Action, 42-3 Decline of the National Labor Union, 429-21. The Birth of the Knights of Labor Rituals of the Knights of Labor, 434. Role of Uriah S. Stevens, 435 Early Structure of the Knights of Labor, 437. 22. The Long Depression 1873 to 1878 Decline in Union Membership, 439 Persistence of Unionism, 440. Depression Living for 42. Unemployed Demonstrations, 445 Lassalleans and Marxists, 448 Th. cc. Lee.I. / I of McUnites, 450. 23. Challenging the Great Depression Textile Strikes, 454 The Long Strike of 1875, 455. The Molly Maguires, 460. The Great Strikes of 1877, 464. 24. Independent One Political Action, 1873 to 1878 The Rise of Greenbackism, 475. Labor Parties and Greenbackism, 479 The National Greenback Labor Party, 482. Chinese Exclusion, 488. Demagogy's Brief Sway in California, 489. The Socialist Movement, 493. 25. Beginnings of the Modern Labor Movement, 1878. 1881. Revival of Trade Unionism, 497. The International Labor Union, 500. The Knights of Labor, 504. The New Unionism, of the L87Os, 512. The Cigar Makers, 514. The Federation of Organized Trades and Labor Unions, 518. Reference Notes. Biographical Sketches Index 409. 433. 439. 454. 475. 497. 525,560,569. The study of the history of the labor movement in this country did not begin in earnest until the 20th century. In 1886, when Professor Richard T. Ely of Johns Hopkins University, later of the University of Wisconsin, published his Labor Movement in America, he admitted that he had only scratched the surface of his subject. "I offer this book merely as a sketch," he wrote in the preface, "which will, I trust, some day be followed by a book worthy of the title History of Labor in the New World." A year later, The Labor Movement, The Problem of Today, edited by George E. McNeill, a prominent trade union leader during the post-Civil War era, came off the press. It contained an AC count of the history of the American labor movement from colonial times to 1886, as well as special discussions of the histories of a number of trade unions. "The history that we present," wrote McNeill, "is a compilation of such facts as could be gathered from records of labor organizations, newspapers and pamphlets, and from the varied experiences of a large number of thinking men in all parts of the country." Much more, however, could be gleaned from records of labor organizations, newspapers and pamphlets than appeared in McNeill's valuable volume. But first the formidable task of collecting this material had to be accomplished. A good deal was achieved by Professor Ely himself, who, in the course of 2 decades, gathered a vast collection of labor literature which was eventually turned over to the John Crara Library of Chicago. The most significant work in labor research was conducted by Professor John R. Commons of the University of Wisconsin and his collaborators, Dr. John B. Andrews and Dr. Helen L. Sumner. Under the auspices of the American Bureau of Industrial Research, with headquarters in Madison, these scholars began early in the 20th century an exhaustive survey of libraries, bookshops, historical societies, and personal collections all over the country, to unearth pamphlets and files of newspapers which would throw light on the development of labor organizations in the United States. The survey produced an enormous collection of hitherto unknown sources of labor material, much of which was deposited in the Wisconsin State Historical Society. In 1910, about 1/10 of the material collected during the survey was published in the 10 volumes of the Documentary History of American Industrial Society, thus making available for students a vast body of source material on the labor movement from 1820 to 1880. G. I'll. Preface. Meanwhile, under the direction of Professor Commons, a number of his students, David J. Sapas, E. B. Middleman, H. E. Hoagland and Selig Perlman, together with Helen L. Sumner and John B. Andrews, began the preparation of the first truly detailed history of the American labor movement. The first 2 volumes of the History of Labor in the United States by John R. Commons and Associates, covering the period from colonial beginnings to 18 cents, appeared in 1918. A 3rd volume by Don D. Lescohier and Elizabeth Brandeis, and a 4th volume by Selig Perlman and Philip Taft, bringing the story of the labor movement down to the L93Os, were published in 1935. The work of John R. Commons and Associates, especially in the case of the earlier volumes, which broke virgin soil, was so exhaustive that for many years nearly all histories of the American labor movement were little more than generalized summarizations of what had been presented in detailed fashion in the history of labor in the United States. But it has become clear that the time is ripe for a new study of the history of the labor movement in the United States. For one thing, an important body of literature dealing with American labor history, some of it in the form of memoirs penned by trade unionists, and much of it in the form of unpublished theses and dissertations in colleges and universities, has appeared since the publication of the earlier volumes of the History of Labor in the United States. This monographic material throws new light on the growth of the labor movement in specific periods and in special areas, and makes necessary a re-evaluation of conclusions reached in all previous writings on the subject. More important, however, is the growing realization that the work of John R. Commons and Associates, though containing much valuable material, suffers from certain distinct limitations. Recent events in the labor movement have only served to accentuate these limitations. The Commons Wisconsin School's pragmatic theory of the labor movement pervades every chapter of the volumes of the History of Labor in the United States. This school regards the labor movement as an experimental process of building unions and adapting their policy to environment. Great stress is constantly placed upon the peculiarities of the American environment, absence of feudal restrictions, free land, class fluidity, democratic political institutions, etc., which, it is argued, has prevented the American worker from becoming class conscious. Thus, whereas class consciousness served as the unifying principle of the labor movements of Europe, job consciousness, according to the Commons Wisconsin School, took its place in the labor movement in America. The only labor organizations, according to this school, which could survive in America were those which recognized this basic difference and made their organizations revolve about the individual worker's job. Others which preached principles of labor solidarity and common action. Preface 2. The unity of the skilled and unskilled in industrial unions, of the foreign-born and Native Americans, of Negro and white, of women and men, and dared to project issues other than the limited objective of wage and job control, went counter to the only acceptable consciousness for American labor as a whole and were doomed to failure. Then, too, labor history, said the Commons Wisconsin School, had proved that the only wise political policy that should be pursued by American labor organizations was that of a nonpartisan political policy. Labor's efforts in the past to engage in independent political action, in the eyes of the Commons Wisconsin School, always ended in failure and always seriously weakened the trade unions. The American Federation of Labor under the leadership of Samuel Gompers became for this school the supreme demonstration of correct policies to be pursued by the American labor movement, and the volumes of the history of labor in the United States became in effect an apologia of Gompersism, craft unionism, no politics in the unions, and community of interest between labor and capital. Even while this theory of American labor history was being formulated, life itself was demonstrating the divergence of interest in the fundamental relationship between labor and capital and was disproving the thesis set down by the Commons Wisconsin School. Recent events have completely exploded this analysis of the history of the American labor movement. The rise of the Congress of Industrial Organizations, the organization of the mass production industries through the medium of industrial unionism, the effective unity established in recent struggles between Negro and white workers, and the great influence exerted by the labor movement in the political arena since 1935 and in the worldwide struggle against fascism, not only indicate how the Commons Wisconsin School miscalculated regarding the policies the labor movement had to adopt to achieve success, but they also show that precisely those policies hailed by the school had to be abandoned if the task of organizing the great mass of American workers was to be accomplished. A further important shortcoming of the work of John R. Commons and Associates as a history of American labor is that it does not deal with the labor movement in its larger economic, political, and social setting. Recent studies have emphasized labor's contributions to the growth of American democracy, have demonstrated the need for qualifying and deepening our understanding of the role played by the frontier in shaping our democratic institutions, and have established that many of the decisive struggles in our history must be studied in terms of a class struggle rather than as a sectional struggle. This volume undertakes to present a new interpretation of the history of the labor movement in the United States based upon manuscripts, newspapers, pamphlets, and the existing monographic material in American history, economics, and related subjects. It traces the growth of the 12. Prefap. Labor movement from its origin to the founding of the American Federation of Labor in 1881. A subsequent volume, now in preparation, will carry the story to the recent period in labor history. This history devotes considerable space to the growth of the trade unions, but it is not intended to be only a history of trade unionism in the United States. Special attention has been and will continue to be paid to the role of the working class and outstanding democratic and social struggles throughout the history of this country. Throughout our history, too, the working class, while concentrating on the struggle for immediate demands, searched for a more basic solution to the problems of poverty and insecurity. Many gravitated towards those who spoke and wrote of the need to abolish the wage system and to replace the present social order with a new and better system of society. Out of the working class have come great heroes and heroines who have made notable contributions to our democracy. The story of these men and women has been left out of the history that has been handed down to us, but it has been told in detail in the present volume. The writer has many indebtednesses to acknowledge for help in the preparation of this volume. Numerous libraries and historical societies have made available to me their collections of manuscripts, newspapers, pamphlets, and published and unpublished monographic studies. I wish to take this opportunity to thank the staffs of the Wisconsin State Historical Society, the Library of Congress, the American Antiquarian Society, the New York Historical Society, the John Carrera Library of Chicago, the American Philosophical Society, the Library Company of Philadelphia, the public libraries of New York, Boston, Chicago, Buffalo, and Detroit. The libraries of the following colleges and universities: Wisconsin, Harvard, Southern California, New York, Tulane, North Carolina, Chicago, Syracuse, Rochester, Buffalo, Western Reserve, Yale, Princeton, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Columbia. I also wish to thank Florence Thorne for permission to use the Samuel Gompers letter. Books, and Agnes Inglis of the Labadie collection of the University of Michigan Library, who graciously supplied material from the collection. I am indebted to William Olson of the Department of English of New York University, who read the entire manuscript with painstaking care and offered valuable advice for improvement. Dr. Sidney Jackson, Dr. Claire Green, Mr. A. Landy, Mrs. Sophia Tevin, and Elizabeth Lawson. Likewise read the complete manuscript. Their kindly criticism was very helpful. Dr. Henry David of Queen's College read sections of the galley proofs, and made suggestions for which I am grateful. The author, of course, is solely responsible for all errors that may occur in the book and for all opinions expressed in it. Philip S. Foner. Captain John Smith once wrote of colonial America, "Nothing is to be expected thence but by labor." This was by way of advice to English merchant capitalists, who looked forward to America as a source of great profits. They soon learned that Captain Smith was right, that in Virginia, Massachusetts, and Pennsylvania were no fabulous cities ripe for looting like those visited by Marco Polo. Whatever wealth there was in the New World would have to come from the hard labor of mining, cutting down forests, planting and harvesting crops, and constructing buildings, roads, and bridges. America would bring great profits, the Virginia Company wrote, in the winter of 1616-17, in a broadside to prospective investors, as soon as there were more hands in the New World to exploit its resources. Point 2. But where would these hands come from? In America there were Indians who could be captured and sold as slaves. Unfortunately, the Indians were inclined to escape to their tribes and then return in increased numbers to pay their respects to their former masters by taking their scalps. Hence in New Amsterdam the government ordered all masters to pay Indian workers wages. This action, it assured employers, was necessary for the timely and possible prevention of all mischief, because the Indians were threatening to take their pay by resorting to other unbecoming means. T/PTS_to_NLY_E_ the Indians proved un S_U ceaseful. 3. Employers increased their appeals to the colonizing companies in Europe for laborers, carefully specifying, however, that they needed not gentlemen of taste and refinement who would rather starve for hunger than lay their hands to labor, but men and women who could build and maintain permanent and profitable settlements. The colonial financiers launched a vast propaganda campaign to induce the poor of Europe to emigrate to America. Leaflets and pamphlets informed laborers that 13. 14. Labor movement in the United States. In America they could secure 3 times the wages for their labor they can in England or Wales, and that poor servant girls could obtain rich husbands. Agents traveled throughout poverty-stricken districts and enlarged on the glorious prospects in the New World. The Virginia Company even circulated a coin in 1630 bearing the following terse inscription: "In England land scarce and labor plenty, in Virginia land free and labor scarce." To doubters came letters from the first settlers in America, many of them forged urging relatives and friends to pack up their belongings and begin life anew. "If a workman will only work 4 or 5 days a week," wrote one correspondent, "he can live grandly." America was a plentiful land, plentiful indeed. 8. Labor conditions in Europe. A plentiful land. So too was England, but not for the common people. Feudalism was on its deathbed in England. Although now and then it gave spasmodic evidence of vigor, it had been pretty thoroughly replaced by a capitalist economy. As the new economy advanced, it brought both important progressive changes and increased misery. The rapid rise of the woolen industry, for example, caused more and more land to be devoted to sheep raising rather than to grain growing. The land was enclosed, tenants were driven off to make room for sheep, and a few herders took the place of many farm laborers. The number of paupers who had neither land nor work increased rapidly, and their plight was aggravated by the dissolution of the monasteries, which deprived the poor of charitable aid. Prices soared fourfold as a result of the influx of gold and silver from the New World. But wages, in 1600, it has been estimated, had but a fourth of the purchasing power they had had a century before. 7 Wage rates remained practically stationary, and by the Statute of Apprentices enacted in 1563 anyone receiving wages above the maximum fixed in the law was sentenced to 21 days in prison. Anyone paying such wages was sentenced to 10 days. In the same act, justices of the peace were empowered to modify fixed wages according to the time of the year and the price of goods. Since the justices were often employers, they set wages at the lowest point, leaving it to the home parish to keep the laborers from starving to death. The parishes, however, contributed so little that many workers starved. 8 In 1618, although the estimated lowest sum to maintain a family was £20 US per year. Wages for working men rarely rose above. Labor comes to America. IS 889D. In 1623, the wool workers of Wiltshire complained that they were not able by their diligent labors to get their livings, by reason that the clothiers at their wool made the work extreme hard, and abetted wages what they pleased. About 7 years later, textile workers in the eastern counties charged that their wages were lowered to such an extent that they were forced to sell their beds, wheels, and working tools for want of bread. 9. As long as they remained in England, the English workmen could do little to improve their living standards. They could not leave their work to seek more profitable employment, for under the Master and Servant Acts, a worker who left his job could be imprisoned for 3 months. He was haled before a justice of the peace, frequently the employer himself, and was not permitted to give evidence in his own behalf. A prison term, moreover, did not clear the worker of the fine he owed his employer for his absence. Repeated prison terms were sometimes meted out to workmen for the same breach of contract. 10 Thus, although nominally free, many English workers lived in virtual slavery. And of none was this more true than of the miners in Scotland. In 1606, a Scottish law stated that a runaway coal miner was to be regarded as a common thief. Anyone guilty of harboring or employing him and failing to surrender him within 24 hours after notification would be fined £100. By the same act, complete authority was granted to mine owners to apprehend all vagabonds and sturdy beggars, and force them to work in the mines on terms set by the owners themselves. 11 To defend themselves, workers frequently tried to organize labor associations and on a number of occasions actually went out on strike. But each time the government moved swiftly to protect the interests of the employers. As early as 1349, a group of bakers' servants were indicted in London for conspiring among themselves that they would not work for their masters except at double or treble the wages for merely given. In 1360, Parliament declared all alliances and associations of masons and carpenters null and void, stating that every mason and carpenter of what condition that he be shall be compelled by his master to whom he serveth to do every work that to him pertaineth to do. DN_4__. Parliament declared that any workman who joined forces and announced that they would not work, but at a certain price and rate, and at certain hours and times, would be punished. For the first offense £10, or 20 days' imprisonment, and RHE shall have only bread and water, and for the second offense, he else shall forfeit £20, or suffer punishment at the pillory, and for the third offense shall forfeit £30, or shall sit on. Labor movement in the United States. 16. The pillory and lose one of his ears, and shall at all times after that be taken as a man infamous. 12. In later years the severity of the punishment was somewhat mitigated, but at no time until the 1820s did the law favor attempts of the worker to improve his status. After an intensive study of 6 centuries of labor conditions in England, Professor Arnold T. Rogers concluded that from 1563 to 1824, a conspiracy, concocted by the law and carried out by parties interested in its success, was organized to cheat the English workman, to tie him to the soil, to deprive him of hope, and to degrade him to irremediable poverty. 13. The English ruling class could prevent workmen from organizing, but it could not halt demonstrations of protest. Riots of unemployed workers were so frequent in 16th century England that the Venetian ambassador wrote home, "It is not certain where this disturbance will end, but things cannot certainly go on thus." Many wealthy Englishmen shared his fears, and looked to the colonies to drain from the mother country the disaffected and the vicious. 14. Elsewhere in Europe, too, the ruling classes were becoming uneasy, and they welcomed agents who came to boost the land of milk and honey across the ocean. Irish peasants and artisans were particularly receptive to this message, for British legislation had placed high tariffs upon Irish linen and cattle entering England, had deprived the entire Scotch-Irish population of self-government, and forced them to pay tithes to the established church to which they did not belong. In Germany, too, peasants and artisans eagerly accepted the pamphlets distributed by William Penn, who had visited the Rhine region in 1677 to recruit colonists. To read the contemporary accounts of terrific exploitation of German peasants and artisans by brutal landlords and princes, of the slaughter of hundreds of thousands of innocent people in the 30 Years' War and in subsequent conflicts, is to understand why many were ready to follow Penn's advice. In short, the poor of Europe came to America because they faced starvation and religious and political oppression at home. The story of the Scotsman, John Macbeth, farmer and shoemaker by trade, father of 5 children, presents the underlying causes for emigration. Macbeth told an officer who interviewed him on board ship that as early as 1776, Adam Smith, commenting on this conspiracy, declared that whenever the government attempted to regulate the differences between masters and their workmen, its counselors are always the masters, We have no acts of parliament against combining to lower the price of work, Smith added, but many against combining to raise it. An inquiry into the nature and causes of the Wealth of Nations, London, 1845, page 27. Labor comes to America. He had left his own country because crops failed, he lost his cattle, the rent of his possession was raised, and bread had long been dear. He could get no employment at home, whereby he could support himself and family. That he was encouraged to emigrate by the accounts received from his own and his wife's friends already in America, assuring him that he would procure comfortable subsistence in that country for his wife and children, and that the price of labor was very high. 15. Getting to America. But escape from the misery of Europe was not so simple as the propagandists had pictured it. The voyage from England cost from £6 to £10, an enormous sum for workers. And our ancestors who migrated here, Thomas Jefferson once remarked, were laborers, not lawyers. 16. To get to America, most of these laborers bound themselves out for a period of years as indentured servants. They signed contracts with merchants and shipmasters in Europe to do any work in which the employer shall employ them, for 2 to 7 years in return for their passage. Some of these redemptioners signed no indenture or contract in Europe, but were allowed a certain number of days after arriving in America in which to arrange payment for their passage. Most of them were led to believe that the planters and merchants in America would be only too willing to advance the cost of the passage, and that they could quickly repay them out of their earnings, and then go free. Many of them found their hopes cruelly blasted, and involved in all the complicated miseries of a tedious, laborious, and unprofitable service. 17. All too often the emigrants were compelled to agree that surviving passengers would be responsible for the fares of those who died in passage. The voyage was so frightful that many did die. There is on board these ships terrible misery, wrote Gottlieb Mittelberger, who spoke from experience. Stench, fumes, horror, vomiting, many kinds of seasickness, fever, dysentery, headache, heat, constipation, boils, scurvy, cancer, mouth rot, and the like, all of which comes from old and sharply salted food and meat, also from very bad and foul water, so that many die miserably. Another survivor tells us, to keep from starving we had to eat rats and mice. We paid from 8 pence to 2 shillings for a mouse, 4 pence for a quart of water. 18. In June 1767, the editor of the South Carolina Gazette asked the citizens of Charleston to aid 300 Irish indentured servants who had just arrived. He had visited their lodgings and had found in each room 2 and 3 score at a time, many dying, some deprived. Labor movement in the United States. 18. Of their sense, young children lying entirely naked whose parents had expired a few weeks ago. 19. In New York, Philadelphia, Boston, and Charleston, the shipmasters or the merchants who were their agents inserted advertisements in the colonial newspaper to inform customers of their human merchandise to be sold on board the Snow Henry, Captain Stewart, now lying at the new dock. Went a typical notice: choice Irish butter and potatoes, also the indented time of several servant men. Another typical advertisement announced, just arrived from London, a parcel of young, likely men servants, consisting of weavers, joiners, shoemakers, smiths, brickmakers, bricklayers, sawyers, tailors, staymakers, butchers, chairmakers, and several other trades, and are to be sold very reasonable either for ready money, wheat, bread or flour by Edward Hone in Philadelphia. 20. Not all who were sold at auction had come to America of their own free will. Some were prisoners sentenced to labor in the colonies because of some trivial offense. Others, especially children, had been kidnapped by agents called men stealers, crimps, and spirits, in London, Bristol, or Liverpool. Later, more and more of the cargoes were Negroes who had been seized in Africa, chained in pairs by the arms, the ankles, or the necks, crowded into the holds of vessels, and after frightful voyages sold in America. Teat Babphi half underscore the immigrants to colonial America were indentured as servants. By 1770 250,000 had entered America, of whom more than 100,000 were victims of kidnapping or prisoners sentenced to service. By this time between 3,000 to 4,000 Negro slaves were being imported annually into South Carolina alone, and thr about 5__H100,000 Negro slaves, approximately 2Q_% of the colonial population. 21 The great majority of the colonists, then, were working people. In England and on the continent they and their ancestors had been artisans, day laborers, small tradesmen, and farmers. Though most of them did not find in America the happy circumstances and the ample reward for work promised them by glib propagandists, it was they and their descendants who were to build a new civilization and a new democracy on this continent. _Goit the colonial period the free workers were the least numerous and the least important section of American labor. In Pennsylvania, Maryland, and Virginia at the time of the Revolution, probably 3 out of 4 persons were or had been indentured servants, and about 1 out of 6 of the 3 million colonists were Negro slaves. Less than 40,000 Negroes lived in the North. In at least 5 southern colonies, Negroes equaled or outnumbered the white population. Slaves and indentured servants. On the tobacco, rice, and indigo plantations of the South, cotton and sugar did not become important until about a half-century later. Slavery displaced the indenture system fairly early. Planters discovered that a slave, a worker for life, whose children became the property of the master, was a more profitable investment than a servant who left after his period of indenture was up. Moreover, a master could often hire out idle slaves. Slave maintenance was less than half that of the indentured servant, a fact that made slavery a labor system desirable to both southern planters and northern merchants. Slavery, however, did not develop at once in colonial America. The first Negroes came as indentured servants, and as their indentures ended they were freed. N.Q.T. until the 166 O's did enslavement begin. Between 1664 and 1682 slave coes in many colonies transformed the Negro servant into a slave. Negro children were legally declared the property of the owners of their mothers. Slaves were forbidden to meet together. In colonial New England, however, Negroes occupied a dual status since the law regarded them as both property and persons. See Lorenzo J. Green, The Negro in Colonial New England, 1620 to 1776, New York, 1943, page 167. 1920. Labor movement in the United States. To own or bear arms, to leave their master's plantations without written permission, to testify against a white man. If a Negro slave struck a white person, he received 40 lashes regardless of whose fault it was, whereas a master's killing a slave was not a crime, it being assumed that no master would kill his slave, except in self-defense. When a Maryland master, in 1606, killed a slave by pouring hot lead over him, he was acquitted on the ground that the slave was incorrigible, and when, in 1735, John Van Zandt of New York whipped a slave to death, the coroner's jury concluded that the death was due to the visitation of God. The thousands of indentured servants who came to America to escape poverty and persecution at home frequently found worse plagues than those left behind. Their lot was hardly better than that of the Negro slave. Indeed, some observers believed it to be worse. For while a master found it necessary to take care of his slaves, who were property for life, he knew that indentured servants would leave in a few years. And he was under no obligation if these servants left his employ crippled and disabled from hard work and brutal punishment. To be sure, the law sometime provided that if any man smite out the eye or tooth of his manservant or maidservant, or otherwise maim or much disfigure him, he shall let them go free from his service. But this was cold comfort, for the servant knew that should he prefer charges he himself was subject to punishment if he failed to prove his case before a court dominated by the masters. In New York, for example, a servant who could not substantiate his complaint was enjoined and ordered to serve 6 months' time gratis extraordinary for every such undue complaint. For like the indentured servant, apprentices, children, and adolescents bound out to virtual slavery for a number of years also had much to complain of. Although they were supposed to be taught a trade, the frequent complaints registered in court records indicate that only too many masters kept their apprentices ignorant of the trade, at the same time beating them in a most cruel and immoderate manner without any just reason for the same, fed them on morsels of coarse bread, and generally deprived them of the common necessaries and conveniences of life. 5 unfree workers in colonial America groaned beneath a worse than Egyptian bondage. One contemporary observed that indentured servants and Negro slaves had neither convenient food to eat or proper raiment to put on, notwithstanding most of the comforts the wealthy enjoyed were solely owing to their indefatigable labors. 6 Little wonder so many of them ran away from their masters, despite the vigorous efforts of planters and merchants to keep them apart, white servants and Negro labor in colonial America. 2 slaves often fled together from common oppression to seek a common freedom. One notice which appeared in the Pennsylvania Gazette of September 10, 1747, read, "Ran away from the subscriber a white man and a Negro, it is supposed they are gone together." Another notice in the issue of October 8, 1747, read, "There went away with an Wainwright, white servant, a Negro slave woman belonging to June Baylord." Runaway servants who were captured were severely whipped, often branded with the letter R, and they were always forced to serve extra time, sometimes as much as 2 years for each offense. The General Assembly of Maryland even passed an act in 1641 making it a felony punishable with death for a servant to run away from his master, with intent to convey himself out of the province. 7 But severe punishment did not halt the escapes. Court records tell the stories of people like Isaac Robinson of Massachusetts, who was brutally whipped dozens of times for running away from his master very often and enticing others to run away, and of Francis Bates, who was severely punished for repeatedly provoking his fellow servants to escape. Point 8 Instead of running away, unfree workers often rose up and organized revolt. More than 40 slave plots were discovered in colonial America. In some of them, Negro slaves and white indentured servants had formed common plans. The Charleston plot of 1730 was so extensive that a contemporary observed, had not an overruling providence discovered their intrigue, we had all been in blood. 9 years later, on the Stone Plantation, near Charleston, more than 200 slaves revolted. Before they were overtaken and massacred, they had burned houses and crops, and killed several slave owners, sparing one who had been good to his slaves. Point 9 Not all slave revolts occurred in the South. In New York City in 1712, 23 armed slaves revolted against hard usage received from their masters. The revolt was crushed, but a correspondent to the New York Gazette of March 18, 1734, warned the slave owners that, had it not been for His Majesty's garrison, that city in all likelihood had been reduced to ashes, and the greatest part of its inhabitants murdered. The severe whippings given to the runaways were as nothing calm. Robbins of Colsey B. considered as one of the earliest labor organizers in America. Another was Sam, a Negro slave in Maryland, who was convicted in 1688 of having several times endeavored to promote a Negro insurrection in this colony. William and Mary College Quarterly Historical Magazine, Volume 10, January, 1902, page 177. Not only did organized mass desertions of bound servants occur frequently in colonial America, but there are even numerous records of strikes conducted by these unfree workers in protest against working conditions. See Richard B. Morris, Government and Labor in Early America, New York, 1946, pages 167 to 74. 22. Labor movement in the United States. Paired to the savage punishment suffered by those who took part in slave insurrections, a woman slave was burned at the stake in Jamaica, Long Island, in 1708, for plotting a revolt. As the flames slowly consumed her, a horn filled with water was placed within reach of her mouth, and then taken away, again and again, as a terror to others. Of the execution of 21 slaves captured in the New York uprising of 1712, Governor Hunter wrote, "Some were burnt, others hanged, one broken on the wheels, and one hung alive in chains in the town, so that there has been the most exemplary punishment that could be possibly thought of." 10. Brutality did not end the dangers of slave insurrections, and some concessions were granted, such as better food, clothes, and treatment for slaves. In the North, where slavery had never been very profitable, fear of Negro slaves mounted, and proposals were made to replace slaves by free workers. Emergence of wage earners. It was in the seaport towns and the cities that a free laboring class emerged. For a long time, the economic life of Boston, Philadelphia, and New York was geared to the shipping industry. At first, English and Dutch vessels carried most of the colonial commerce, but it was not long before the colonists were building their own ships. A demand I-5 thus created for carpenters, smiths, joiners, shipwrights, caulkers, ropemakers, sailmakers, and other artisans and laborers. As early as 1685, William Penn observed that in Philadelphia there inhabits most sorts of useful tradesmen as carpenters, joiners, bricklayers, masons, plumbers, smiths, glaziers, tailors, shoemakers, butchers, bakers, brewers, glovers, tanners, fellmongers, wheelwrights, millwrights, shipwrights, boatwrights, ropemakers, sailmakers, blockmakers, turners, etc. 2 years later, a French visitor to Boston noted that there are here craftsmen of every kind, and particularly carpenters for the building of ships. 11. As trade and commerce expanded and wealth increased, skilled craftsmen in the luxury field also made their appearance: silversmiths, goldsmiths, watchmakers, and jewelers. In 1720, New York had 13 silversmiths, 4 watchmakers, 2 goldsmiths, and 1 jeweler. In the beginning, few artisans and craftsmen were wage earners. In the larger towns, they produced articles in their own homes, which were frequently small shops as well, and here their wives and children would sell their goods. Another type of craftsman was the traveling artisan, mason, carpenter, shoemaker, or candlemaker, who carried his tools with him and stopped at farmhouses to work up raw materials supplied by the farmers. He was paid in money or in corn or wheat. Much of the labor in colonial America. Labor in blacksmithing, carpentry, weaving, and shoemaking in the colonies was performed by these itinerant workers. As the PGG_UJA_DORI grew, many traveling artisans settled down, usually in 1 villages, R_ORITT their own home, and opened a workshop in one of the rooms. When the farmer who lived nearby came to town to sell his produce, he would buy articles difficult to manufacture at home. As the demand for commodities grew, the artisan shopkeeper found that his own labor could not supply the market. For 10 or 20 pounds, $50 to $100, he could buy an indentured servant, usually a skilled worker, who would work for 7 years for food, lodging, and an occasional suit of clothes. Of the 1,838 indentured servants who came to Philadelphia in April, June, and July of 1709, 56 were bakers, 87 masons, 124 carpenters, 68 shoemakers, 99 tailors, 29 butchers, 45 millers, 14 tanners, 7 stocking menders, 6 barbers, 4 locksmiths, 95 cloth and linen weavers, 82 coopers, 13 saddlers, 2 glass blowers, 3 hatters, 8 lime burners, 2 engravers, 3 brickmakers, 2 silversmiths, 48 blacksmiths, 3 plotters, 6 turners. 12. Negro slaves were also used as skilled workers in the colonial shops, generally hired by the month or the year. But the demand for free workers grew. However valuable the indentured servants and slaves were on plantations and farms where the work was done all the year, they were not so profitable as the free worker in the shops and mills where the work was seasonal. A servant or slave had to be clothed, fed, and sheltered during the slack season. A re-worker could simply be given notice that he was no longer needed. When a servant or slave ran away, the master lost a considerable investment. As Adam Smith observed in his Wealth of Nations, at Boston, New York, and Philadelphia, the work done by freemen comes cheaper in the end than that performed by slaves. 13. By 1715, colonial newspapers were carrying want ads for scores of different types of free workers, ranging from watchmakers to furriers. An employment bureau, set up in New York in 1770, informed master craftsmen that they may be supplied with journeymen by applying to Mr. Couters at the sign of the 3 Lions near the North Church. Nevertheless, opportunities for itinerant workers remained limited for many years, since each household in the countryside was almost a factory in miniature. Each farmer was his own carpenter, blacksmith, shoemaker, and a dozen other craftsmen rolled into one. Governor Moore of New York reported as late as 1767 that in most farmhouses in the colony clothing was manufactured for the use of the family, without the least design of sending any of it to market. For every home swarms with children who are set to work so soon as they are able to spin and card. E. B. O'Callaghan, ed. Documents Relative to the Colonial History of the State of New York, Albany, 1856, Volume 7, page 888. Labor Movement in the United States. Where there is a house of call opened and all journeymen are desired to call there for work. Thus a wage-earning class came into existence in colonial America, its numbers increasing through the expiration of the indentures and through the immigration of free workers. The skilled workers were known as journeymen, artificers, handicraftsmen, artisans, and mechanics. Unskilled workers were common laborers or ditchers and diggers. Shipbuilding, brewing, flour milling, cooperage or barrel making, tanning, saddlery, and iron making were the chief colonial industries sufficiently developed to require a number of workers. Each furnace in the New England and the Middle colonies employed 8 or 9 men, besides woodcutters, coalers, carters, and other common laborers. S.G. milding was undoubtedly the most important industry in Boston, New York, Philadelphia, Newport, and Charleston. In 1720, Boston had 14 shipyards, which produced annually about 200 ships. In 1712, Newport had more than a dozen, and in 1718, Philadelphia had at least 10. They provided employment for many workers, skilled and unskilled alike. It is estimated, for example, that in 1713, there were at least 3,500 sailors in the port of Boston and Salem alone. By the eve of the Revolution, lumber mills and iron works were employing large groups of workers, and many workers were employed as weavers, shoemakers, and cabinet makers in large shops in New York, Boston, and Philadelphia. 15. The typical colonial shop, however, did not have many workers, partly because the English government limited the number. In 1750, such a shop would consist of a master craftsman, who was the owner and employer, 2 or 3 journeymen, and a similar number of apprentices. The master craftsman still worked side by side with his wage workers. He provided the capital and the raw material and sold the finished articles. Labor conditions and organizations. In any analysis of labor conditions in colonial America, one must constantly remember that the scarcity of labor assured the workmen of a higher standard of living than was obtainable by a person of similar employment in England or on the continent. One student of the subject has estimated that the colonial workmen commanded real wages which exceeded by from 30 to 100% the wages of a contemporary English workman. 16 skilled craftsmen were imported from Europe throughout the entire colonial period, and to induce them to emigrate, colonial industrialists were willing to offer extremely attractive conditions. Available surveys of wages in the various trades in colonial America are entirely too lacking in comprehensiveness to permit any thorough. Labor in colonial America. General conclusions. A few statistics may be cited. In 1630, wages of carpenters in Massachusetts were approximately 23 cents a day with board, or 33 cents without board. Those of laborers with board were as low as 11 cents a day, while those of bricklayers and masons in 1672 were 22 cents a day with board. A carpenter in 1770 earned about 50 cents a day, a butcher 30 cents, a shoemaker 0 cents, a laborer 21 cents. The general wage was about $2 a week. Unquestionably, some of these workers were able to supplement their income through subsistence, farming. Point 17. However, all was not milk and honey in the life of a colonial wage earner. During unemployment periods, the colonial worker was often unable to keep his children from starving and himself from jail. In 1737, the lieutenant governor of New York observed that many workers in the colony were reduced to poverty from want of employ. And in colonial New Jersey, so many workers were unemployed in 1765 that the provincial legislature had to appropriate £200 to be used in buying grain for the more distressed families. Point 18. High prices and currency fluctuations often reduced real wages. When prices fell, the workers did not benefit because many colonial courts ordered them to be content to abate their wages according to the fall of the commodities. When prices went up, the courts fixed maximum rates and fined workers heavily when they sought or received wages above the rates. A court record in New England reads, William Dixie paid 3s fine for taking 3s per day, James Smith fined 2s, John Stone and J.N.O. Sibley 3s each for taking excessive wages. 19. This action, employers argued, was necessary to save the American working man from himself. One American employer remarked in 1715, "It is certain that high wages more frequently make laboring people miserable. They too commonly employ their spare time and cash in debauching their morals and ruining their health." 20. In order to keep wages down, manufacturers often employed Negro slaves. Unable to halt this practice, white workers in the South began to emigrate to the northern colonies. But the same competition faced the workers in the North. The free mechanics of Philadelphia in 1707 protested the want of employment and lowness of wages occasioned by the number of Negroes hired out to work by the day. 21. 30 years later, free workers in New York protested the pernicious practice of breeding slaves to trade, which forced the free worker to leave for other colonies. 22. While most wage control legislation in colonial times failed owing to labor scarcity and inability to get workers to stay on the job, demands for such laws were made throughout the period. In almost all cases where such legislation existed, the worker and not the master was prosecuted. 26. Labor movement in the United States. Another competitor was the half-farmer half-artisan who came to the towns during the winter and returned to the farm in time for the spring planting. A mechanic in New York wrote in 1757, "A farmer ought to employ himself in his proper occupation without meddling with smiths, masons, carpenters, coopers, or any other mechanical arts, except making and mending his plow, harrow, or any other utensil for farming." 23. The workers had still to learn that these problems of growing capitalism could only be met by limiting the working day through the power of trade unions, by resolutely fighting for higher wages and better working conditions. Class lines were still fluid in early America. The master craftsman still worked at his bench. Often he and his workers cooperated in fighting the big merchants who refused to abide by established standards. Skilled workers could become master craftsmen, and unskilled workers could move to other places or become farmers. Even so, labor organization did take place in colonial America. The Journeyman Caulkers of Boston issued a joint statement in 1741 stating that they would no longer accept payment for their work in notes on shops for money and goods, a practice which had greatly impoverished themselves and their families. For the future, they continued, they would receive and take no other pay for their service than good lawful public bills of credit. 24. This good and commendable example, the Boston Weekly News Letter of February 12, 1741, remarked, will soon be followed by numbers of other artificers and tradesmen. The following advertisement in the New York Weekly Journal of January 28, 1734, indicates that maidservants were organizing to improve their working conditions. Here are many women in this town that these hard times intend to go to service, but as it is proper the world should know our terms, we think it reasonable we should not be beat by our mistress's husband, they being too strong, and perhaps may do tender women mischief. If any ladies want servants, and will engage for their husbands, they shall be soon supplied. The closest thing to trade unions before the Revolution were the benevolent societies for masters, journeymen and apprentices, formed in. There were even a few guilds in colonial America, the best known of them being the Carpenters' Company of Philadelphia, founded in 1724. Although these colonial craft guilds sought to follow the practices of the European guilds by regulating their respective industries, determining wages, hours, and conditions of labor, and inspecting the workmanship and the quality of materials, they were not very successful. Workers in colonial America were too widely scattered to be regulated and supervised by a guild. Usually, only masters belonged to these guilds. Labor in colonial America. A few leading towns. Generally, their purpose was that of assisting such of their members as should by accident be in need of support, or the widows and minor children of the members. They paid sick benefits, provided funds for indigent members, occasionally loaned money, and provided strong boxes for savings. They did not usually deal with questions of wages, hours, or conditions of labor. But the benevolent Society of House Painters of New York in 1767 did petition the Board of Councilors to prevent master craftsmen from importing mechanics from neighboring colonies, paying them less money and thereby lowering wages in New York City. Before the Benevolent Society was formed, such petitions were regularly ignored. When the Board of Councilors received this petition, a committee was appointed at once and ordered to report with all possible speed. 25 A few strikes were called in colonial times. In 1684, the truckmen employed by the municipal government of New York refused to move dirt from the streets until the price per load was increased. The strikers were suspended and discharged for not obeying the command and doing their duties as becomes them in their places. A week later, the carters asked to be returned to their jobs. They were ordered to conform to certain laws and orders established, and to pay a fine of 6 shillings each. About a century later, in 1770, the coopers of New York determined not to sell casts except in accordance with the rates established. The coopers were tried and convicted of a conspiracy to restrain trade, and ordered to pay 50 shillings to the church or pious uses. Those who worked for the city were dismissed. 26 The same city government had been kinder years before in 1758, when the powerful shipping merchants had combined to lower the wage scale for ship carpenters, able seamen, and laborers. 6 years later, a colony-wide employers' association was set up in New York City. Each member agreed not to receive in his service any workers who could not These were not really strikes of workers against employers, but protests of master craftsmen against prices fixed by local authorities. 1. R. Commons and Associates state that the Philadelphia printers' strike of 1786 was .fly in RSF authentic. Labor. Strike in Anagican History. History of Labor in the United States, New York. 1918, Volume 1, page 25. Char, _B, more _in _dicates, _J1E. Weaver, th _ there may even have be and a strike of journeyman tailors in New York in 1768. Criminal Conspiracy and Early Labor Combinations in New York. Political Science Quarterly. Volume Lee, March, 1937, page 77. The 20 journeyman tailors announced on March 31, 1768, that they would work in families at 3 shillings and 6 pence per day with diet. See New York Journal, April 7, 1768. An extremely interesting report in the Charleston Gazette of October 29, 1763, announced that Negro chimney sweepers had the insolence, by a combination amongst themselves, to raise the usual prices, and to refuse doing their work, unless their exorbitant demands are complied with. Labor movement in the United States. 28. Duce. A recommendation in writing from the master or mistress, whom they last served in this colony. 27. No fines were imposed upon these employers, nor were they prosecuted for conspiracy. In 1746, a number of Savannah carpenters went on strike. Immediately, the trustees of the colony invoked a parliamentary statute to suppress the strike. The report of their action, dated December 29, 1746, read in part: an advertisement being read, signed by several carpenters at Savannah and stuck up at several places in the said town, whereby they have combined and resolved not to work below particular prices specified therein. Ordered that the Act of Parliament entitled be sent over to the President and assistants, with orders for them to apprise the people of the consequences of the said act, and to put the same in force. 28. Struggles for democracy. During the 17th century in some of the colonies, the common man, slaves and indentured servants excepted, had been able to vote. During the following century, property qualifications for voting introduced disenfranchising the poor. In Pennsylvania, the right to vote in 1750 depended upon the ownership of 50 pounds of lawful money or 50 acres of land. As a result, only 8% of the rural population could vote and only 2% of the population of Philadelphia. Suffrage in New Jersey was restricted to freeholders who owned at least 100 acres of land, and in South Carolina to those who owned a settled plantation, or 100 acres of unsettled land. Josiah Quincy, the Massachusetts lawyer, said of the South Carolina Assembly, "'Tis true that they have a House of Assembly, but who do they represent? The laborer, the mechanic, the tradesman, the farmer, husbandman, or yeoman? No, the representatives are almost if not wholly rich planters." 29. Resentment grew among the masses who had not come to America to be deprived of their vote, taxed to support an established church in whose doctrines they did not believe, robbed of the chance to buy land by speculators and landed gentry who seized and held vast estates, imprisoned if they fell into debt, forced to dress in common clothes to distinguish them from the upper classes, and in general treated as if they had been destined to live in abject poverty and ignorance. Nor were they loath to express their resentment. Riots often took place on election days, when small shopkeepers, artisans, and laborers would march to the polls armed with sticks and stones and demand the ballot. These demonstrations were supplemented by literary protests in prose and verse, such as "Labor in Colonial America. Now the pleasant time approaches. Gentlemen do ride in coaches, but poor men they don't regard, that to maintain them labor hard." 30. Two incidents in Massachusetts revealed that the common people were not going to cringe before the ruling classes. In 1667, Emmanuel Downing, a ship carpenter, was arrested in Essex County for having uttered divers seditious and dangerous speeches of a very high nature against the crown and dignity of our sovereign's Lord King Charles II. Such as the statement that he cared not more for him, the king, than any other man. 31. Also, there is the better known case of Governor Joseph Dudley of Massachusetts, who one wintry day in 1705 came upon some carters on the road to Boston. He haughtily ordered them out of the way to permit his carriage to pass. But the carters refused, and one of them told the governor, "I am as good flesh and blood as you may go out of the way." 82. The carters were arrested and later released, but in all aristocratic circles the incident was discussed. The lower classes, went the common lament, were getting out of hand. But this outcry was moderate indeed compared with the shrieks of the aristocrats, when the lower classes rose up in revolt with the aim of ending the insolent domination in a very few, opulent families. Erg. N.IAEXB_Arians the revolt in 1646, led by Nathaniel Bacon, against the planter aristocracy. The rebellion, said the report of the King's investigators, sprang from the poverty and uneasiness of some of the meanest whose discontent renders them easier to be misled. Bacon's army was described by a contemporary as rabble of the basest sort of people, whose condition was such, as by a change could not admit of worse. He was shocked to hear them talk of sharing men's estates among themselves. Bacon died suddenly of fever, but before the rebellion was drowned in blood by Governor Berkeley it had gained a number of democratic rights for the people. The statute preventing propertyless freemen from electing members to the House of Burgesses was repealed. Freeholders and freemen of every parish gained the right to elect the vestries of the church. None of these democratic reforms remained after the revolt was crushed, yet their memories lived on. BEQ_W. I.S. truly the torchbearer of the revolution. And for generations after any leader of the common people was called a Baconist. 33. One such Baconist was Jacob Leisler, who in 1689 led the people of New York City against the mercantile aristocracy, captured the fort, and overthrew the government. City artisans and laborers classified by 30. Labor movement in the United States. Governor Bellamont as the scum of the people, tailors and other scandalous persons, formed the majority of Leisler's party. Before the movement was defeated, several important democratic rights were won. A committee of safety was elected by the people, free men who owned no property were given voting rights, and representatives to the colonial government were elected by all voters. Although Leisler's regime was overthrown, a number of the democratic advances made during the rebellion continued. Suffrage in New York City remained more liberal than in other colonies before the Revolution. About 0% of the total white population of New York City possessed the right to vote. Although the government was controlled by merchants, crown officers, lawyers and landowners, the opportunity existed for the political movement of the artisans. This opportunity did come during the Aldermanic Campaign of 1734, when the court party representing Governor Cosby and the merchants was determined to retain control of the city government by re-electing their aldermen and councilmen. Arrayed against them was the Popular Party supported by the artisans and aided by John Peter Zenger's new XQ. KF Ornal. In a handbill distributed by the Popular Party during the campaign, the workingmen of New York were urged to choose no courtiers or trimmers, or any of that vain tribe that are more fond of a feather in their hats than the true interest of the city, nor to choose any dependence on them. It reminded the voters that a poor honest man is preferable to a rich knave. Towards the end of the campaign, the workingmen were rallied to the polls by this song. Our country's rights we will defend, like brave and honest men. We voted right and there's an end, and so we'll do again. 85. The election was a triumph for the Popular Party. John Fred, laborer, Johannes Berger, bricklayer, William Room, painter, Henry Bogart, baker, and other artisans were elected to the Common Council, which by 1735 the Popular Party completely controlled. Governor Cosby complained to the Lords of Trade in London of the misled populace in the city, and another conservative said that the city was entirely at the beck of the faction and for the most part men of the low class. 311. Infuriated by the victory of the people, Governor Cosby took action against John Peter Zenger. The songs, ballads, and several issues of the Fournal were condemned by the Governor's Council and the Supreme Court. Zenger himself was arrested on a charge of seditious libel. He was defended by the 88-year-old prominent lawyer, Andrew Hamilton of Philadelphia, without fee or reward, stressing the issue of labor in colonial America. 31. A free press, Hamilton said. The question before the court is not of small nor private concern. It is not the cause of a poor printer, nor of New York alone. It is the cause of liberty, and I make no doubt that your upright conduct this day will not only entitle you to the love and esteem of your fellow citizens, but every man who prefers free dom to a life of slavery will bless and honor you. 37. The verdict was not guilty, and the precedent of a free press had been established in America. Later, the conservatives in New York regained control of the city government, but the rich and the well-born in colonial America never recovered from the panic created by the political upsurge of the people of New York City. Their fright became greater when in 1740 a struggle began between the aristocrats and the people of Massachusetts. The frightening fact was that the farmers and artisans were marching together against the hated creditors who were sending colonial silver to Europe and refusing to accept payment of debts in paper money. The mercantile aristocrats were denounced as griping and merciless usurers, who heaped up vast estates by exploiting the poor. Hard-pressed farmers and town mechanics urged the establishment of a land bank that would issue paper money. To the mercantile aristocrats in Boston, it was clear that, fundamental, the struggle was to decide whether the common people or wealthy gentry were henceforth to control the public life of the colony. Naturally, they fought the land bank proposal, and when the bank was agreed to by the colonial assembly, they turned to the king and parliament. The British government dissolved the land bank. 38. In no colony, therefore, were the common people able to limit the power of the upper classes. Every movement to restore the democratic rights of the lower classes and to achieve others had been crushed, some with the timely assistance of the British king and parliament. Yet the triumph of the landed, professional, and mercantile aristocracy was only temporary. In these struggles, urban workers and artisans and country farmers forged a significant alliance. They were to utilize this alliance during the American Revolution, when, by uniting their struggle for greater freedom at home with the movement for independence, they fought for and won a more democratic regime in America. During the era of the American Revolution, workers combined and acted as a class in resistance to the British policy and in advancing their economic and political interests in America. The American Revolution was the culmination of two great movements operating simultaneously: one, to free the colonies from the repressive imperial control of Britain; the other, to democratize American political, economic, and social institutions. The revolution was successful because of the unity of the workers, the majority of the small farmers, and sections of the planter-merchant aristocracy who collaborated for the defeat of the common enemy. Background for revolution. The economic weapon of the enemy was the British mercantile policy, according to which the American colonies existed for the sole purpose of increasing the profits of British manufacturers, merchants, and landlords. The colonists were forced to send their commodities only to England, or to England first, if they were destined for a non-British port. They could import only goods produced in England or goods sent to the colonies by way of England. They were not allowed to export wool, yarn, and woolen cloth from one colony to another, or to any place whatsoever. Nor could they export hats and iron products. They could not erect slitting or rolling mills or forges and furnaces. T/J_::763. They _YV, Forbitsy 11 _to S_AT, low west of the Appalachian Mountains. By the Currency Act of 1764 they were deprived of the right to use legal TF1 paper money and to establish colonial mints and land banks. 1. It is true that the colonists were often able to circumvent these restrictions by illegal production and smuggling. But this became increasingly difficult after 1763, when more rigid inspection and enforcement. 2. Labor and the American Revolution. 35 followed upon complaints of English businessmen. A Bostonian wailed in 1765. A colonist cannot make a button, a horseshoe, nor a hobnail, But some sooty ironmonger or respectable button-maker of Britain shall bawl and squall that his honor's worship is most egregiously maltreated, injured, cheated and robbed by the rascally American Republicans. To all classes in America the retainers of the crown excepted suffered from these restrictions. The proclamation of 1763 shattered the prospects of Southern planters to recoup their fortunes through speculation in Western land. It ended the hopes of land-hungry poor farmers and city mechanics of escaping to the frontier. Restraints on colonial trade hurt the merchants, lowered the prices of farm products, lowered wages especially among sailors and dockyard laborers, and resulted in unemployment. Workers became alarmed because these restraints stopped them from becoming independent producers. The prohibition of paper money increased the pressure on the debtor and seriously hampered exchange among merchants. In short, a handful of English capitalists carried more weight at Westminster than the welfare of millions of Americans. 3. Still, these restraints upon American economic liberty would not by themselves have united all colonists in opposition to British colonial policy, for they affected different classes and sections at different times. Other tyrannical measures adopted after 1763 largely contributed. The T_all P Act of 1765, which placed a tax on every legal __ document for Irish newspaper or commercial paper throughout America. T Act of 1774, which gave a monopoly to the East India Company, and the Acts. That closed the port of Boston as a penalty for dumping British Rp.ea1 tmic, d all sections classes in angry opposition. Many Americans came to realize that Parliament could impose a stamp tax, it could levy a poll tax, a land tax, and a pamphlet issued in 1765 added, a tax for the light of the sun, for the air we breathe, and for the ground we are buried in. For the colonists fought the repressive measures of the British government by petitions, demonstrations, and non-importation agreements. Taxation without representation is tyranny, natural rights of man, and liberty and property were the democratic slogans under which they fought. The controversies with Great Britain filled the minds of the common people with sentiments of liberty which meant freedom from the oppressed scions of the colonial aristocracy as well as from British rule. America should be free from all foreign or domestic oligarchy. D. But to many members of the colonial ruling class, the leveling principles and democratic notions of middle-class and lower-class Americans were more menacing than any Stamp Act or Tea Act imposed by British tyranny. Hence, throughout the 2 decades of colonial oppo. 34. Labor movement in the United States. S1T1 on to Britain preceding the outbreak of the War for Independence, they sought so to conduct the struggle that it would not be turned against themselves. When their conservative methods were no longer possible, they tried to stop the people's movement. Gouverneur Morris spoke for the colonial aristocracy when he wrote, "The mob begin to think and to reason. I see, and I see with fear and trembling, that if the disputes with Britain continue, we shall be under the domination of a riotous mob. It is to the interest of all men, therefore, to seek for reunion with the parent state." 6. The Sons of Liberty. By the latter part of 1765, the conduct of the struggle against Great Britain was no longer entirely in the hands of conservative merchants and planters who had hitherto dominated the political life of colonial America. The MEC_1.nix_A, work, men of the larger _to_WNS_H. Formed their own militant organizations which thrust aside hesitant conservatives, prodded those who wished to move more slowly, and in countless ways pushed the revolution forward until British rule was overthrown in a revolutionary war. Sometimes they called themselves regulators. In Pennsylvania they were known as the Associators, and in Connecticut they were referred to as the United Company. Usually they were cloned as the Sons of Liberty. These revolutionary bodies mainly consisted of artisan shopkeep, R.S., mechnin, C.S., day laborers, carpenters, joiners, printers, shipwrights, SII.L., its caulkers, rope makers 1_seamen, _Moss, MS, and other members of the U-Band classes whose names have rarely been recorded in history books. 7 Mercantile and professional groups supplied the leadership to the Sons of Liberty. Outstanding leaders were Samuel Adams of Massachusetts, Christopher Gadsden of South Carolina, John Lamb of New York, and Stephen Hopkins of Rhode Island. But the laboring class worked closely with the lawyer, planter, and merchant leaders. Thus Ebenezer McIntosh, a leather worker, and Paul Revere, leader of the North End Caucus, a club composed mainly of craftsmen and workers, consulted frequently with Samuel Adams in Boston, and William Johnson, a mechanic, worked closely with Christopher Gadsden in Charleston. Under their leadership the Sons of Liberty demonstrated against the Sometimes workers in specific trades would operate through separate organizations which were affiliated to the Sons of Liberty. Thus the seamen in New York City carried on much of their revolutionary activity through the Sons of Neptune. See Broadside in New York Historical Society dated December 20, 1773, containing a message from Tom Bullen, a seaman, to his worthy messmates, calling upon the Sons of Neptune to prevent the landing of British tea in New York, which would put the finishing stroke to our liberties, labor, and the American Revolution. Oppressive measures of the British ministry secured the repeal of the Stamp Act, made possible the enforcement of the non-importation agreements, and the boycott on English tea. It was they who forced officials appointed to sell stamps to resign, and frightened others out of town. They compelled merchants who refused to abide by non-importation agreements to apologize publicly. They tarred and feathered those who persisted in acts detrimental to the revolutionary cause. 8 To the enemies of freedom, the Sons of Liberty were always the mob, the mixed rabble of Scotch, Irish, and foreign vagabonds, descendants of convicts, foul-mouthed and inflaming sons of discord and faction. 9 But to Samuel Adams they and their allies, the small farmers, *, were the strength of every community. And it was in the hands of those two venerable orders of men styled mechanics and husbandmen that he placed the enforcement of the non-importation movement. It was the firm patriotism of the town labor and the small farmers, said Adams, that must finally save this country. Dr. Joseph Warren, another revolutionary leader, expressed the same confidence in the patriotism of the artisans when he wrote in June 1774, concerning the enforcement of the non-importation agreements, I fear New York will not assist us with good grace, but she may perhaps be ashamed to desert us. At least, if her merchants offer to sell us, her mechanics will forbid the auction. 10. Before the hostile eyes of Tories, the Sons of Liberty, armed with a variety of weapons and determined to fight up to their knees in blood, rather than be ruled by tyrants, paraded to public meetings in military formation, with Liberty Tree medals suspended from their necks. In inns and taverns they held weekly educational meetings where the latest newspapers, pamphlets, and handbills were read aloud for the benefit of the illiterate. 11 And at singing festivals they raised their voices in revolutionary song, warning aristocrats that they dared to be free from domestic as well as British tyranny. One of the songs ran, Come rally Sons of Liberty, come all with hearts united, our motto is we dare be free, not easily affrighted. In some colonies artisans, mechanics, and day laborers organized in the Sons O_F_M Murphy, attempted to forge an alliance with tactical farmers in the hinterland. The Liberty Boys in Boston, for example, contacted rural radicals throughout the colony and succeeded in securing the passage of anti-stamp resolutions in many towns and villages. In New York, however, the Sons of Liberty did nothing to form a united front with the farmers, who were eager to cooperate. For an analysis of this problem, see Irving Mark, Agrarian Conflicts in Colonial New York, 17-1775, New York, 1940, pages 135, 138, 148, 152. Labor movement in the United States. Oppression's band we must subdue, now is the time, or never, let each man prove this motto true and slavery from him sever. 12. Sometimes the women would join in the chorus, for the _O.NS of Liberty had the first women's auxiliary in America, the daughters of colon.ij or _tie. These women refused to drink tea and made the non-importation agreements effective by boycotting English goods. They popularized their homespun clothing in the slogan, It is better to wear a homespun coat than to lose our liberty. When a festival of the Daughters of Liberty was interrupted by a man who denounced the revolution, the women seized the intruder, stripped him to the waist, and in the abs one sea of tar and feathers, covered him with molasses and the downy tops of flowers. 13 The Daughters of Liberty were accused of acting contrary to the will of God, who had decreed that woman's place was in the home. But the Sons of Liberty welcomed their help. With the ladies on our side we can make every Tory tremble, they announced joyfully. 14 After the repeal of the Stamp Act, the Sons of Liberty continued their organization. Delegates from the Sons of Liberty of New York City helped to form societies in other localities. The various organizations were united into an association of Sons of Liberty. Similar activity was carried on in Boston and Charleston. 15 These radical societies not only marked the first effective intercolonial union, but helped to forge working-class solidarity. When the British troops were quartered in Boston in 1768, the authorities issued a call for workers to build barracks. Though the non-importation agreements had caused unemployment among the carpenters and bricklayers, they refused to work. Bonuses and higher wages failed to move them. They proved so mulish that General Gage was forced to send to New York for workers. Paul Revere was sent galloping off to New York to get the support of New York carpenters and masons, members of the Son of Liberty. After listening to Paul Revere, they instantly resolved not to work for enemies to this country. 16. Sons of Liberty came into Existence in Dublin, Irela, they as underscore si ted Americans morally and financially, drank toasts hailing the Sons of Liberty throughout the world, and recruited Irish liberals and radicals to fight in Washington's army. Even in England, a group of mechanics urged on the American Liberty Bill ys. You have only to persevere, and you will preserve your own liberties and England's too. 11. The Sons of Liberty welcomed this international solidarity. Their determination was further strengthened by the Constitutional Society of Labor and the American Revolution. London, which sent money to the widows and children of Americans who had fallen in the Battle of Concord. English weavers, seamen, tailors, and miners encouraged the Sons of Liberty to continue the non-importation agreements even though they endured unemployment and were in a starving condition as a result of the loss of the American market. General Gage reported in 1768 that the news of the tumults and insurrections which have happened in London and Dublin is received by the factions in America, as events fave zero rabble to their designs of independency. 18. Political action. These national and international relationships were later to stand the American workers in good stead. So was the experience they gained in the field of political activity during the Revolutionary era. Having no vote, they had exerted little influence in colonial governments. But when the legal governments of the Crown started to crumble, and the period of control by extralegal committees and congresses set in, the mechanics forced the conservatives to recognize their power. A Philadelphia mechanic voiced the sentiments of his fellow workers all over the country when he wrote in the Pennsylvania Gazette of September 27, 1770. It has been customary for a certain company of leading men to nominate persons, and to settle the ticket for assemblymen, commissioners, assessors, etc., without ever permitting the affirmative or negative voice of a mechanic to interfere. This we have tamely submitted to so long, that those gentlemen make no scruple to say, that the mechanics, though by far the most numerous, especially in this county, have no right to be consulted, that is, in fact have no right to speak or think for themselves. Have we not an equal right of electing or being elected? I think it absolutely necessary that 1 or 2 mechanics be elected to represent so large a body of the inhabitants. When, in 1773, the conservative merchants of New York organized a committee of 51 to control the course of the Revolution, the artisans acted independently by setting up their own organization, the Committee of Mechanics. This committee was the old Sons of Liberty, and like its parent it pressed for the overthrow of inveterate enemies at home and abroad. It called meetings to raise money for the relief of the poor of Boston, whose port had been closed by the British, enforced a rigid non-importation agreement, organized a committee of correspondence, influenced the carpenters and masons against Sing to Boston to fortify Boston Neck, and forced the merchants to refuse. Labor movement in the United States. 38. The use of their vessels for the transportation of British troops and military stores. It raised again the issues fought for by the Sons of Liberty. Equal right for the classes hitherto excluded from voting, and voting by ballot instead of viva voce. 19 victories were won. The right to vote was extended to most workers by making residence the only requirement. It was agreed to convene a Continental Congress, a demand raised by the Committee of Mechanics. One last effort to run things was made by the conservative groups when they proposed that the delegates to the Continental Congress be chosen only from the Committee of 51. The mechanics replied by nominating their own full slate of candidates. Finally, representatives of the merchants and mechanics conferred and came to an agreement. To bring about unity, the Committee of Mechanics agreed to withdraw its slate, while the merchants agreed to unite with the mechanics in a broader Committee of 100. The same drive toward unity was taking place in the other colonies. 2. The mechanics of Charleston were dissatisfied with the original non-importation agreement initiated by the merchants, for it ignored some of their most serious grievances. One of their demands was for the prohibition of the importation of slaves who were being hired out as craftsmen. 4 days after the original agreement had been drawn up, the mechanics met under the Liberty Tree and drew up 2 amendments, one providing that no slaves be brought into the colony, the other that no goods imported from Great Britain be purchased from transient traders. The merchants in Charleston amended the proposals of the mechanics by extending the time of the prohibition of the slave trade. But the mechanics refused the amendment, and joining with the small planters put pressure on the merchants. The planters, on their part, gave orders to their agents not to purchase from or sell to any merchants who refused to accept the amendments of the mechanics. The result was that the merchants called for a joint committee to draft a non-importation agreement with equal representation from the mechanics, planters, and merchants. Ultimately, a general committee consisting of 13 merchants, 13 planters, and 13 mechanics drew up and enforced a unity non-importation agreement. 20 *. During this period, the mechanics of Charleston elected their own representatives. A dispatch from Charleston to the Boston Chronicle of October 1, 1768, reported that a number of the leading mechanics In 1770, a New York mechanic wrote, "Nothing can be more flagrantly wrong than the assertion of some of our mercantile dons, that the mechanics have no right to give their sentiments about the importation of British commodities." Roadside sign Brutus and dated after May 10, 1770, in Rare Book Room, New York Public Library. Labor and the American Revolution. 39 of this city assembled under some trees in a field adjacent to the rope walk in order to select 6 gentlemen to represent the inhabitants of Charlestown in the ensuing General Assembly. When the mechanics in Boston read this report, they marched to the town meetings, ignored legal restrictions on their right to vote, and took over the real authority of the government. The merchants in Boston, one aristocrat wrote in 1770, are now entirely out of the question in all debates at their town meeting, which is carried on by a mob of the lowest sort of people. At these meetings, added the American Board of Customs Commissioners, the lowest mechanics discuss upon the most important points of government with the utmost freedom. 21 after 1770 craftsmen in other cities and towns followed the lead of Charleston. In 1772 the Patriotic Society was formed in Philadelphia to preserve our just rights and privileges to us and our posterity against every attempt to violate and infringe same, either here or on the other side of the Atlantic. 2 years later it took the name of the Mechanics' Association of Philadelphia, and united with the small farmers of the back country. A legal provincial conference was called in Pennsylvania in 1776, for the express purpose of forming a new government on the authority of the people alone. All residents of the colony who were 21 years of age and had been taxpayers and residents in their city and county for 1 year had the right to elect delegates to the Constitutional Convention if they would take an oath to support the revolutionary cause. Out of this convention, in which workers and farmers were well represented, emerged the most democratic constitution of that time. It guaranteed freedom of speech and religion, increased representation for the back country, and allowed all residents who had paid taxes to vote and hold office. Reactionaries called this document a mobocracy of the most illiterate. And James Allen, Esq. of Philadelphia wailed, "All power is in the hands of the associators." 23 in every colony conservatives bemoaned the fact that the revolutionary movement had brought all the dregs to the top. 24 The governor of Georgia observed tearfully that in Savannah the parochial committee are a parcel of the lowest people, chiefly carpenters, shoemakers, black smiths, etc. 23 Joseph Galloway, a reactionary Pennsylvanian, betrayed his rage in the following couplet: "Down at night a bricklayer or carpenter lies, next son a Lycurgus, a Solon doth rise." 26. The common people did not take these attacks lightly. A minister in Charleston, South Carolina, was dismissed by his congregation for asserting that mechanics and country clowns had no right to dispute about labor movement in the United States. 40. Politics, or what king, lords and commons had done or might do. The Newport, Rhode Island, Mercury of September 26, 1774 spoke for the people when it informed all such divines that mechanics and country clowns, infamously so called, are the real and absolute masters of king, lords, commons, and priests. The road to independence. Unlike the conservatives who relied on the moderates in Parliament to prevent the struggle from terminating in blood, the mechanics knew that the British rulers were determined to continue their control over America even if it were necessary, as one member of Parliament threatened to burn and set fire to their woods. 27 workers had already given T.J. Cir lives to the revolutionary cause. 5 of them had been shot on Boston Commons on March 2, 1770, by British soldiers. These victims of the Boston Massacre were Crispus Attucks, a Negro seaman who had escaped from slavery, Samuel Gray, a rope-walk worker, James Caldwell, a young seaman, Patrick Carr, an artisan, and Sam Maverick, a joiner's apprentice. All 5 were buried in a common grave. After the massacre, the mechanics grimly armed themselves for the inevitable conflict. They organized local militia, collected stores of arms and ammunition, and at meetings of the Sons of Liberty trained themselves in the art of war. In Boston, where most of the British troops were quartered, the mechanics organized an amazing espionage system for watching the movements of British soldiers and gaining every intelligence of the movement of the Tories. They soon learned of General Gage's intention to move military stores from Portsmouth, and Paul Revere, a member of the Intelligence Committee, rode all night to inform the Portsmouth Liberty Boys. Assisted by mechanics and small farmers in neighboring towns and villages, they seized the supplies before the British could get to them. Later the Boston Artisan wrote again, this time to warn Samuel Adams and John Hancock of General Gage's plan to arrest them, and to conduct them to safer quarters. Eventually the Espionage Committee unearthed information of supreme importance. He 11-eyed of April 18, 1775, the spies discovered that 800 redcoats were leaving their barracks in full battle array, moving to seize the Patriots' military stores at Concord, 18 miles north of Boston. The lantern IRI Christ Church flashed the signal to the countryside, and Paul Revere started on his epic ride. At Lexington, the British troops were fired upon by the Minutemen. Bitter and Tang Nem, Boston workers to British soldiers who accepted part-time work at low wages was a factor of some importance in the Boston Massacre. See Richard B. Morris, Government and Labor in Early America, pages 190-91. Labor and the American Revolution. 41 and A.T. Concord, they were met by the militia organized by the Sons of Liberty. The troops retreated, leaving behind close to 300 killed, wounded, or prisoners, while the Americans had lost about 90 men. 5 days later, on a Sunday, Israel Bissell, a Boston mechanic, rode his tired horse into New York City to spread the news of Concord and Lexington. Small shopkeepers, mechanics, and workingmen broke open the city arsenal, seized ammunition and about 600 muskets, which they distributed. Thus armed, the Liberty Boys formed a voluntary corps and assumed government of the city. They took over the customs house and the public stores and unloaded 2 vessels of material intended for British troops in Boston. A few weeks later, the militia of the Sons of Liberty clashed with British troops embarking for Boston, persuading a number of the soldiers to desert and detaining the others. The shot heard round the world had the same effect in other colonies. In Savannah, Georgia, the Sons of Liberty broke open a magazine, took 600 pounds of gunpowder, seized guns and powder from a British ship in the harbor, and began to organize a regiment of soldiers. When Ebenezer McCarthy, one of their members, was arrested and imprisoned, the Liberty Boys broke into the jail, set him free, and paraded in military formation through the streets. The mechanics and liberal merchants of Philadelphia formed a military association. In Newark, New Jersey, the Sons of Liberty met and unanimously resolved that they were willing at this alarming crisis to risk their lives and fortunes in support of American liberty. 28 Revolution and war faced the people. For almost a year, however, it took the form of an armed demand for the redress of grievances. The workers knew that they would have to fight for their liberties, but conservative groups believed that conciliation was still possible. As the dominant element in the Continental Congress, they soft-pedaled the demand for separation, assuring the king that Americans were not desirous of independency. The mechanics had instructed their delegates to the provincial and continental congresses to fight for independence, and Christopher Gadsden told the Provincial Congress of South Carolina that he spoke the minds of the mechanics of Charleston when he urged the Congress to declare itself in favor not only of the liberties, but of the independence of America. 29 When elected by the mechanics to the Continental Congress, Gadsden read aloud on February 10, 1776, from a pamphlet entitled Common Sense, written by a man who had been a cobbler, a staymaker, a civil servant, a laborer in a weaver's shop. The period of debate is closed. Arms, as the last resort, must decide the contest. Tom Paine's vigorous language and unanswerable arguments proved that the colonists could not remain loyal to George III. Labor movement in the United States. 42. And preserve their liberties. He expressed the people's hopes when he said that independence would result in a democratic form of government and establish in America an asylum for mankind, a haven of refuge for the oppressed peoples of the world. We have every opportunity and encouragement before us to form the noblest, purest constitution on the face of the earth. We have it in our power to begin the world over again. 30 But there were many who did not want to begin the world over again. We do not want to be independent. We want no revolution, said Joseph Hughes, a North Carolina merchant delegate to the Continental Congress. Independence would let in a republican tyranny, the worst and most debasing of all possible tyrannies. 81 On May 29, 1776, the Committee on Mechanics in New York demanded that New York delegates vote for independence. The Provincial Congress, dominated by conservatives, refused so to instruct their delegates to the Continental Congress, and on June 11 notified the delegates that they were not authorized to speak for the province. But Richard Henry Lee of Virginia had already introduced his famous resolution that these united colonies are, and ought to be, free and independent states. A Comet Warpoint ed at once to draft a Declaration of Independence, and underscore in the home of a bricklayer named Graf. Thomas Jefferson wrote the great revolutionary document. The news of the Declaration of Independence filled the workers with joy. In some colonies, moreover, they were the only ones to rejoice. Edward McCready writes, "There was but one party in South Carolina which was heart and soul in the cause, and that was the old Liberty Tree Party under Christopher Gadsden, composed of the common people. 32 LLL-year_T_hen, that J, IC, LTH. Mechanic, S and laborers had their way, th_reek with England would have come sooner. But after 1770, wealthy planters, lawyers, and merchants assumed leadership of the revolutionary movement and gradually relegated the mechanics to a subordinate place. It was inevitable, of course, that this should happen. In a country predominantly agricultural, the mechanics, artisans, and day laborers were far less numerous than the farmers and less influential than merchants and planters. In the earlier phases of the revolutionary movement, the urban lower classes were able to exert tremendous influence because it was easier to organize in the cities than in the country districts, where roads were wretched and communication difficult. Throughout the remainder of the revolutionary struggle, the mechanics and laborers were able to prod the more conservative elements, but they were not yet strong enough to lead the revolutionary movement for any length of time. Nevertheless, the services rendered by the revolutionary ancestors of labor and the American Revolution. 43. The working class of today cannot be underestimated. They served as the spearhead of the movement to free the colonies from England and to establish greater democracy in America. Made up the bulk and formed the backbone of the great street demonstrations of the day, and in addition, furnished the forces necessary to circulate petitions, distribute handbills, fight British troops, and dump tea into harbors. 33. Had it not been for them, the revolution would have been stillborn. The War for Independence. Their revolutionary ardor also helped to bring about victory in the War for Independence. From a Boston artillery company headed by Captain Paddock and composed entirely of mechanics came a number of officers for the American forces. Of 57 men in 2 companies of the 9th Pennsylvania Regiment whose trades have been listed, only 7 were the embattled farmers, of legend and poetry. The rest consisted of workers of all trades and of common laborers. And there were others whose work was vital and whose contribution to victory was important. They supplied the labor force of the Revolution teamsters, blacksmiths, gunsmiths, artisans of a dozen crafts who, as one order put it, when occasion requires it, are to act the part of soldiers in either attack or defense as well as artificers. 84. Indentured servants too enlisted in the Revolutionary Army, their masters receiving payment for their unexpired time. In Lancaster County, Pennsylvania, so many enlisted that in 1781 the county treasurer refused to pay their masters, as it will take more state money than we will receive in the taxes. 35. By an act of the Continental Congress, all indentured servants who had enlisted were declared free men. Negro workers free and slave played a part in the Revolutionary War that is not generally appreciated. Not permitted to participate in the upsurge against Great Britain before the outbreak of war, many slaves at first went over to the British, who had promised them freedom in return for military service. To halt this, a number of states offered freedom to slaves who enlisted in the Continental Army. Rhode Island, in 1778 to 1779, offered Washington a regiment of Negroes. From 72 Massachusetts towns and from Pennsylvania Negroes enlisted to fight in mixed battalions. A Hessian officer wrote in his journal, "No regiment is to be seen, among the Americans, in which there are not Negroes in abundance, and among them are able-bodied, strong and brave fellows." 36. Salem Poor, a Negro soldier, was commended by 14 officers in a special message to the Massachusetts legislature which said that he had behaved like an experienced officer, as well as an excellent soldier, at the Battle of Bunker Hill, in the person of this said Negro. Labor movement in the United States. 44. They continued, centers a brave and gallant soldier. The state of Massachusetts also paid tribute to a Negro woman, Deborah Gannett, who had served in disguise as a soldier for 17 months in the 4th Massachusetts Regiment of the Continental Army. She was granted a reward of £34 by the state for her extraordinary instance of female heroism. 37. The Army of the American Revolution was a people's army. It was an army that suffered hunger, cold, and defeat, but which fought on to victory. Washington's touching description of the ragged Continentals at Valley Forge reveals the stuff our revolutionary forefathers were made of. To see men without clothes to cover their nakedness, without blankets to lay on, without shoes, by which their marches might be traced by the blood from their feet, and almost as often without provisions as with them, marching through the frost and snow, and at Christmas take up their winter quarters within a day's march of the enemy, without a house or hut to cover them till they could be built, and submitting to it without a murmur, is a mark of patience and obedience which in my opinion can scarce be paralleled. 38. The plight of Washington's men at Valley Forge was not entirely due to the British blockade. Much of it was due to the avarice and thirst for gain of merchants and manufacturers who were supposed to supply the army. Speculators, various types of moneymakers and stockjobbers, wrote Washington, were the murderers of our cause. 39. These profiteers stayed at home, hired substitutes to fight for them, and piled up fortunes in government contracts, currency speculation, and land jobbing at a time when mechanics, small farmers, and patriotic members of the upper classes were giving their lives and possessions to their country. QR_A_SJI 1.9J.L_. TIF, GQ_NTH_EH9 me front 2 against the murderers of our cause. Prices had soared 300%. Abigail Adams, the wife of John Adams, wrote in April 1777 that there was a great cry against the merchants, against monopolizers, etc., who, 'tis said, have created a partial scarcity. 40. The people were demanding that states and towns should control prices and all distribution of goods. Connecticut led the way. The state government in 1776 passed an act fixing prices and wages, the preamble to which vigorously damned monopolizers. 41. Soon New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and all the New England states had passed laws fixing wages and prices and setting up controls over the distribution of goods. Legislation could not control prices if no enforcement agencies existed. It was easy for employers to keep wages at the legal level while violating labor and the American Revolution. The price level. Workers were furious when they saw themselves victimized by an insatiable thirst for riches. A strike of sailors for higher wages took place in Philadelphia in January 1779. The strike was broken by troops, and the strikers were jailed. Discontent grew and some workers weakened. They felt that they were shedding their blood, merely in order to exchange the rule of one oligarchy for that of another no less oppressive and self-seeking. 42. Such, however, was not the general mood. The lower classes decided to enforce price control laws in their own way. In Beverly, Massachusetts, working women raided merchants' storerooms and compelled the merchants to sell their goods at legal prices. The most effective action occurred in Philadelphia. Pennsylvania had passed a price-fixing law in October 1778, but up to the summer of 1779 it had not been enforced. That summer a mass meeting elected a committee of enforcement, with the general instructions that we have arms in our hands and know the use of them, nor will we lay them down till this is accomplished. The committee announced a new schedule of prices and warned the merchants that those who violated the schedule would be severely punished. Alarmed, the monopolizers fell in line, and prices took a drop. When Tom Paine and the Committee of Inspection visited Robert Morris and seized a cargo of flour, the wealthy Philadelphia merchant and financier complained that it was inconsistent with the principles of liberty to prevent a man from the disposal of his property on such terms and for such considerations as he may think fit. 43. The British and their Tory traders hoped to turn the resentment of the masses against the revolution. They assured the workers that desertion of the cause would bring lasting honor and immediate rewards instead of uncertainty and poverty they had otherwise to face. Only a few workers capitulated. More characteristic was the action of the Baltimore Whig Club, consisting of sailors, watchmakers, tailors, and shoemakers. In 1777 they ordered a Tory printer, William Goddard, to leave town by morning and the country in 3 days, or else he would be subject to the resentment of a legion. 44. When the British commander, Clinton, heard of the threats of mutiny by the Pennsylvania Nth Regiment because they had not seen a paper dollar in the way of pay for near 12 months, he sent them enticing messages and also dispatched emissaries to negotiate. But these emissaries fared badly. A few of them were captured by the soldiers and hanged. Their bodies were left to swing in the wind for 5 days as a lesson to those who questioned the loyalty of Pennsylvania workingmen to the Revolution. 45. Victory. Labor movement in the United States. The surrender of Corn_Vallis in 1781 and the subsequent Treaty of Peace-01A2.0 usher one end the millennium for American labor. But the American Revolution was the first full step that the common people of our country took on their low march toward freedom. There was much left to fight for. Though slavery as an institution continued, abolition had begun. Massachusetts had abolished slavery in 1780, and in the same year Pennsylvania had passed an act of gradual emancipation. Rhode Island stated the principle which would take a second revolution to realize. Whereas, the inhabitants of America are generally engaged in the preservation of their own rights and liberties, among which that of personal freedom must be considered as the greatest, and as those who are desirous of enjoying all the advantages of liberty themselves should be willing to extend personal liberty to others. 46. The Revolution had broken the back of the indenture system. Thousands of servants had gained their freedom by their enlistment in the army, and importation of new indentured servants had practically ceased. A meeting of New York citizens on January 24, 1784, called for the abolition of the traffic in white people, heretofore countenanced in this state, while under the arbitrary control of the British government. Because such traffic was contrary to the idea of liberty this country has so happily established. 47. The Revolution had opened up the vast areas which the proclamation of 1763 had closed to settlement. Though the speculators were the first to profit, and the great estates of the Penns, the Fairfaxes, the Granvilles, and other loyalists fell into the hands of a few monopolists, the large increase in the population of the frontier communities showed how the common people had also benefited. The gains of the revolution were recorded in the state constitutions. Though most of these favored the rich, democratic advances were made the fundamental law in all of them. The doctrines of the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness were inserted in the bills of rights of nearly all state constitutions. In many, churches were disestablished, freedom of worship was guaranteed, viva voce voting was prohibited, and feudal practices like primogeniture and entail, which kept vast areas of land in the hands of a few families, were abolished. Finally, the right of the people to elect delegates to a special constitutional convention, and their right to ratify the draft of the Constitution, were recognized for the first time in modern history. The Revolution freed American economic life from the restrictions of British mercantile policy, extending trade and making a national. Labor and the American Revolution. 47. Industry possible. This in turn produced the American labor movement, which in its future struggles would realize the aspirations of the mechanics, artisans, and day laborers who had died for American freedom. From the Revolution, American labor gained precious experiences. It learned in the Sons of Liberty the value of collective action and militancy. It learned the value of close contact with workers of other cities and countries through its committees of correspondence. From its activities in town meetings, provincial and continental congresses, it learned how to collaborate with its allies toward common national objectives. Furthermore, the Revolution was a powerful influence in shaping the ideology of the American labor movement. The following statement is typical. In June 1836, the Journeyman Cordwainers Union of Philadelphia replied to the warning of their employers that they would not employ any shoemakers who belonged to a labor organization. It is our prerogative to say what institution we will be members of, that being bequeathed to us by our forefathers the toil-worn veterans of 6 who nobly moistened the soil with their blood in defense of equal rights and equal privileges, that we, their descendants, might enjoy the blood-bought legacy free and unmolested. 48. For many generations July 4th was celebrated in much the same way that May 1st was observed after 1886. It was a day of parades, banquets, festivals, a day for dramatizing the demands of the working class. One factory worker wrote the following song for the celebration in Fall River, July 4, 1844. Again we hailed the day's return, that gave us independence, and freedom's fires, that warmed our sires, still glow in their descendants. Then let us sing till welkin ring, when freedom's friends assemble, and deal such blows upon her foes, as made her foemen tremble. This day we to each other pledge, to fight for him who labors, with truth we will our warfare wage, and save our guns and sabers. 49. The great revolutionary expression life, liberty and the pursuit of happiness gave backbone to labor's desire for higher wages, shorter hours, and better working conditions. And the sacrifices their revolutionary fathers had made stimulated the workers of the 20s, 30s and 40s in their demands for a greater share of the wealth produced by their labor. The American labor movement was not the result of chance. Nor was it something imported into this country from Europe, although immigrants experienced in trade unionism hastened its rate of growth. It was the product of social and economic forces engendered by the growth of industry in America. It was indigenous to America, a logical and inevitable concomitant of the industrial development of this country. Obstacles to industrial growth. The war for independence burst the shackles imposed upon American trade and industry by the British mercantilist system. But political independence did not all at once bring economic stability. Directly after the Revolution, commerce was seriously interrupted by the restrictions imposed by England, France, and Spain on ships flying the American flag, which were completely excluded, for example, from the lucrative West India trade. At the same time, the growth of promising industries that had emerged during the Revolutionary War was abruptly checked by the dumping of European goods on the American market. 1. The want of a strong central government, under the Articles of Confederation, only served to make matters worse. Interstate trade wars developed. Several states set up free ports for European goods, while some did not even permit traders from other states to sell their wares without paying heavy fees. Fortunately, these conditions did not last long. By 1800, American merchants had not only regained their former position in world trade but had forged rapidly ahead. While E and England were battling in Europe, American merchants took over a considerable portion of the carrying trade. In addition, crop failures in Europe created an immense demand for American foodstuffs. The registered tonnage of the United 48. 49. Industrial development, 1783 to 1880. States and foreign commerce increased from 157,000 in 1795 to over 1 million in 1807. Industrial growth, however, was much slower. The new constitution adopted in 1787 removed the impediments to commercial intercourse among the states, but it could not create overnight a new economic life in America. In 1800, the vast majority of Americans were still isolated farmers. Transportation and communication facilities were so limited that a considerable market for industrial products could hardly exist. For the most part, the rural household was self-sufficient. Alexander Hamilton estimated in 1791 that in many districts, 2/3, 3/4, and even 4/5 of all the clothing of the inhabitants are made by themselves. Other obstacles impeded the rise of industry. Capitalists were not interested in investing in manufactures. Merchant princes like Elias Haskett Derby of Salem and Stephen Girard of Philadelphia were reaping huge fortunes in foreign commerce. By 1805, profits from the carrying trade ranged from $50 million to $70 million annually. The total failure of many of the industrial enterprises convinced most merchants that surplus funds should be invested in real estate. Robert Lee, a budding industrialist, in a letter to the Newark Sentinel of Freedom of August 14, 1810, complained of the scarcity of capital for manufacturing purposes or the diversion of capital into other channels of employment, where there is a greater prospect of gain, or where it can be employed with greater facility and ease to the proprietor. Another obstacle was the tendency to view the rise of industry with disfavor because of the belief that it would bring in its wake vice, profligacy, and demoralization of the population. Too many, no doubt, were influenced by Notes on Virginia, published in 1782, in which Thomas Jefferson expressed the hope that America would never see its citizens occupied at a workbench, and that it would be best for the nation if, for the general operations of manufacture, our workshops remain in Europe. Jefferson later changed his views on this score, and many Jeffersonians became ardent advocates of industrial development. On January 25, 1794, the Columbia Sentinel, a Jeffersonian paper, urged its readers to give up the use of articles of British manufacture and begin to buy American. In that way, it added, American industry could survive and grow strong despite the oppressive burdens imposed upon it by the European nations. The Philadelphia Aurora, another Jeffersonian organ, demanded a protective tariff to assist the rise of industry in America. Why should not the manufacturers of a free republic, it asked on January 29, 1802, have as much protection from the government as the subjects of a despot? But many Americans agreed that industry ought to stay in Europe. Labor movement in the United States. 50. That great cities were pestilential to the morals, the health, and the liberties of man. The news that came from Manchester, Birmingham, Leeds, and other manufacturing centers in England of mass unemployment, the horrors of child and female labor, and the miserable living conditions of the working class convinced them of the correctness of their stand. Gradually the situation changed. The demand for foodstuffs in Europe increased the need for transportation facilities. Soon turnpikes and canals were built to fill this need. Better communications resulted in country merchants getting commodities from the east to sell to farmers whose higher prices for wheat and corn enabled them to buy finer clothing and better shoes than could be made at home. MD natural reproduction, too, increased the market for industrial goods. And transportation made this market available. At first, English manufacturers reaped the fruits of this expanding market. But the embargo, the Non-Intercourse Acts, and the War of 1812 halted the flood of foreign merchandise that swamped American markets. The events following the embargo gave American manufacturers a temporary monopoly over the home market. The decline in the shipping trade caused capitalists to shift their investments to other fields, and industry absorbed a considerable portion of this capital. Finally, the War of 1812 convinced many Americans that domestic manufactures were necessary for the independence of this country. We must now place the manufacturer by the side of the agriculturist, observed Jefferson in 1816. Shall we make our own comforts, or go without them, at the will of a foreign nation? Experience has taught me that manufactures are now as necessary to our independence as to our comfort. A patriotism and industrial development became one and the same. Naturally, manufacturers were not loath to emphasize this theme. At a dinner at Philadelphia in 1808, Colonel David Humphrey, a Connecticut manufacturer, offered the following toast: the best mode of warfare for our country, the artillery of carding and spinning machinery, and the musketry of shuttles and sledges. 4. Q.cl__Yvuken, F_agri_es, flour mills, iron forges, shoe shops, carpet, cotton bagging, calico, earthenware, glassware, soap, sealing wax, and paper mills sprang into existence during the decade 1806 to 1816. The mills in the area of Providence alone increased from 41 to 16 G between 1809 and 1815, and spindles from 20,000 to 135,000. From the beginning of the century to 1810, the number of spindles in the cotton industry had increased about 30 times, and in the following 5 years it increased again more than 6 times to reach the astounding figure of about $500,000. The total value of the capital invested in the textile industries was estimated as high as $50 million in 1815. Industrial development, 1783 to 1880. 51. However, not many of these establishments were in existence a few years later. A deluge of supplies began pouring in from Europe as soon as the Treaty of Peace with England was signed. British manufacturers now deliberately set out to destroy American industry by selling goods in America below the cost of production. Said Henry Brougham, Esq., in Parliament in 1816. It is well worthwhile to incur a loss upon the first exportation, in order, by the glut, to stifle in the cradle those rising manufacturers in the United States, which the war has forced into existence contrary to the natural course. £0 things. 5. British manufacturers had many advantages which enabled them to carry this policy into effect. English goods were both cheaper and better than those produced in America. In addition, they could be bought on longer credit terms than could American goods, for American manufacturers had little cash. Importations, which totaled only $13 million in 1813, rose to $147 million. In 1816, and between 1815 and 1820, each inhabitant of the United States consumed imported goods averaging $13.50 in contrast to $2.50 per capita for the period 1814. As a result, many newly arisen industries in America disappeared. In 1815, nearly 150 mills were in operation in Rhode Island. A year later, all were closed with the exception of the old Slater Mill. By 1819, when a severe panic hit the country, most of the manufacturing establishments in America were broken up, their owners ruined, and their property sold at enormous sacrifice. Henry Clay told Congress in 1820 that along the highways were to be seen the ghosts of once prosperous factories, which their proprietors could no longer keep in motion against the overwhelming pressure of foreign competition. 6. Yet, despite ruthless competition and the effects of economic depression, American industry surged forward again. Old factories revived and new ones equipped with more modern machinery made their appearance. As long as the Southern slave power controlled the national government, it placed important barriers in the way of industrial development. By preventing the enactment of tariff laws and other measures necessary to enable American industrialists to overcome the overbearing pressure of foreign competition. But the market expanded so rapidly, and the demand was so great that foreign production alone could not meet it. BT.IJ. 820 and 1840, the population of the United States almost doubled. From all parts of the country came the cry for commodities produced in textile factories, shoe shops, hardware plants, iron mills, distilleries, and leather establishments. America, observed Frederick Engels in 1844, with its inexhaustible resources, with its unmeasured coal and iron fields, with its unexampled labor movement in the United States. 52. Wealth of water power, but especially with its energetic and active population, has in less than 10 years created a manufacture which already competes with England in the coarser cotton goods, has excluded the English from the markets of North and South America, and holds its own in China, side by side with England. 7. Role of transportation. Once again, transportation made possible the expansion of the market. In the 1820s, hundreds of steamers plied the rivers and coastways. Nearly every part of the interior, through turnpikes, rivers, lakes, and canals, was connected with cities on the coast. In 1825, the Erie Canal was built. It carried industrial products west of the Appalachians and brought foodstuffs to the east. Reduced the cost of transportation by as much as 85%. Finally, it initiated an era of such a rapid expansion in transportation that, according to the Buffalo Republican of April 25, 1828, even the most attentive find it difficult to obtain the desired information concerning the railroads and canals which are completed or proposed. A number of these projects, being purely speculative, never materialized. The Panic of 1837, resulting in part from overexpansion and undue speculation in canals and railroads, cut short the completion of many other projects. STLL, by 1850, the canal system was well developed. Canals carried coal and iron from Pittsburgh to Philadelphia, wheat and corn from the west to New York City, and manufactured goods from New England to Ohio and points west. Railroads gradually superseded canals because they were faster and cheaper. In addition, they carried goods the year around, whereas water routes were frozen for more than 4 months during the year. The New York Central, started in 1832, had by 1850 grown from a little 17-mile road between Albany and Schenectady to a huge system stretching from New York to Buffalo. During the 40s, 600 miles of railroad track were laid in the United States, most of them in the east. In the 50s, 21,000 miles of railroad were laid, most of them in the west. At the beginning of the decade, Ohio, Indiana, and Illinois had a combined railroad mileage of 913. By 1860, it had increased to 800 out of a total of 30,793 miles in the entire country. The South alone constructed 7,562 miles of new road during this decade. In 1850, Tennessee did not have a single mile of railroad. 10 years later, it had 1,197 miles. This increase in railroad mileage during the 50s brought the entire West within easy reach of the industrialized East. Moreover, it made possible an enormous growth in the population of this very important industrial development, 1783 to 1880. 53 section. In 1840, Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, Michigan, and Wisconsin had a population of 2,900,000, more than half in Ohio. In 1860, Illinois alone had a population of 1,712,000, Indiana, 1,350,000, Michigan, 749,000, and Wisconsin, 776,000. Ohio's population at this time was 2,339,000. Transportation was a key industry, and together with iron, steel, and coal, was basic to America's industrial development. In 1812, it took 6 days to go from Philadelphia to Pittsburgh by stagecoach. In 1834, it took 3 days and 19 hours to travel by canal. In 1854, the railroad took 15 hours. Technological advances also played their part in American industrial development. Fitch's and Fulton's steamboats, Whitney's cotton gin and system of interchangeable parts were the products of the minds of what Frederick Engels called America's energetic, active population. So were the numerous inventions that swamped the patent office in Washington. From 1790 to 1810, an average of 77 patents were issued annually. In 1830, the number had increased to 544. By 1850, it had risen to 993, and in 1860, to 4,778. During most of these years, the United States had actually granted more patents than England and France combined. In 1841, an Englishman, testifying before Parliament, declared, "I apprehend that the chief part, or a majority, at all events, of the really new inventions, that is, of new ideas altogether in the carrying out of a certain process by new machinery, or in a new mode, have originated abroad, especially in America." 8. Rise of the factory system. The factory system in America developed first in the textile industry. Britain had tried desperately to hold back this development by prohibiting the exportation of textile machinery, plans, or models, and the emigration of textile workers. But this could not stop Americans from experimenting with textile machines. In Rhode Island, the wealthy Quaker merchants, William Ammi and Moses Brown, were investigating the possibilities of establishing the textile industry. In 1798, Samuel Slater, an English mechanic, came to America. Learning of Brown's efforts, he offered his services as manager of a cotton spinning mill. 9 Brown readily accepted the offer and supplied the capital. Slater drew up the plans of the Arkwright spinning machine from memory and turned them over to David Wilkinson, a Pawtucket blacksmith, who in 1790 built the first Arkwright machinery to be successfully operated in the United States. A year later, several machines, tended by children and operated by water power, were producing satisfactory yarn. 10 FL_I. Tory Sis _Temine 1 Laricabejans with Slater's Pawtucket JL 1 ill. Yet. Labor movement in the United States. 54. It was by no means a full-fledged factory. Machinery was used only for turning raw cotton into yarn. Weaving was still done by local farmers in their cottages. In 1815, the first modern factory in America made its appearance. 5 years before, Francis C. Lowell had gone to England to study the organization of cotton factories. Returning to America with a host of new ideas, in 1812 he induced a group of New England merchants to invest their fortunes in his factory. These capitalists set up the Boston Manufacturing Company and established a cotton factory in Waltham, Massachusetts. There, for the first time, all the processes in the manufacture of cotton cloth were brought together under one roof. The first cloth off the looms on February 2, 1816. Mass production in the textile industry had started. 11 Soon after, the system spread throughout Massachusetts, New Hampshire, and Maine. Lawrence, Lowell, Dover, Manchester, Holyoke, and Chicopee became industrial centers, owned and dominated by great families of Boston: the Lowells, Abbotts, Appletons, and Lawrences. Absentee owners, these capitalists rarely visited the factory towns, where so many workers lived in diseased and squalid surroundings. 12 The emergence of the factory system in the production of woolens was much slower. As late as 1830, household production for home use and domestic production on a putting-out basis still exceeded factory production. And even in 1860, Most of the work in Philadelphia was still being done by hand-loom weavers who owned their own looms and tackle and worked on material furnished by merchant capitalists. Woolen factories appeared in New England during the 182s and 183s. By 186, 1,700 mills with 640,000 spindles, 16,000 looms, and an annual output of $90 million, employed more than 60,000 laborers. The boot and shoe industry also entered slowly into the factory stage of production. Before 1840, the work was divided between in-workers, who labored in a central workroom owned by a merchant capitalist, and out-workers, who labored in their own homes. The out-workers, some of them women, sewed the shoes together, being supplied with leather, binding, and thread by the merchant. Binding was also done by women who worked in their homes and were paid on a piecework basis. Specialization and division of labor already existed, but machinery was hardly used until the 184s, when the Mackay sewing machine was introduced. By 1855, there were splitting machines, sewing machines, buffing machines, and machines for dyeing outsoles and heels. Much of this machinery was driven by steam or water power, although the full application of power to shoe machinery did not occur until the Civil War. Industrial development, 1783 to 1880. The factory system came into being in the shoe industry around 1855, by which time there were already specialization of function, division of labor, the widespread use of machinery, and mass production. The census of 186 spoke of the industry as daily assuming the characteristics of the factory system, being conducted in large establishments of several stories, each floor devoted to a separate part of the work, with the aid of steam power and all the labor-saving contrivances of the trade. The census also reported that fully 1/12 of all the workers engaged in manufacturing were employed in the shoe industry. In 186, there were 12,487 establishments, employing 123,029 workers and producing boots and shoes valued at $G1,891 for 90.13. 55. Industrial expansion on the eve of the Civil War. Iron production was barely developing into a full-grown industry when the Civil War began. This industry was organized on an almost feudal basis. Several individuals owning huge tracts of mineral lands in New Jersey and Pennsylvania employed workers in their mines and mills whose lives they completely controlled. All houses, stores, churches, and schools were owned by the iron barons, and payment was in commodities, the workers constantly in debt to the lords of the mines and mills. Corporations took over the iron industry in the 30s. At that time, America was second only to Great Britain in iron production, even though it was a rather poor second. 55,000 tons of pig iron were produced in America in 1810, 180,000 tons in 1830, and 988,000 tons in 186. Pittsburgh developed slowly as an important iron-producing center. In 1826, there were only 7 rolling mills in the entire region, and they consumed only 6,000 tons of ore. In 1850, 14 mills consumed 59,000 tons. In 1857, 21 mills consumed 132,600 tons. Prior to the Civil War, its iron industry was geared more to agricultural than industrial needs. In the agricultural era, the manufacturer of wrought iron supplied the country iron workers, blacksmiths by profession or necessity, with bar iron to be shaped to meet the needs of farmer, wagoner, and mill owner. In the industrial era, beginning in 1859, the demand for iron came increasingly from industries engaged in the production of finished iron goods and the machinery of industry and commerce. 14. As America's industrial development proceeded, the coal industry rose to a position of prime importance. Before 1825, no appreciable amount of coal was mined in this country, less than 50,000 tons in 1820. Not only were most deposits still inaccessible, but our economic labor movement in the United States life had, as yet, little use for coal. Steam engines were few, most machinery being operated by water power. Wood was the household fuel, and charcoal was used for smelting iron. Most of the early railroads used wood-burning locomotives, and steamboats on the Ohio River did not abandon the use of wood until the early 50s. The situation soon changed. The building of canals provided an outlet for coal. The market was now no longer purely local, although not until the first railroads entered the coal region in the 40s was the transportation problem really solved. _1 HLR, _1, I2-Q2 end to supplant wood as household fuel. In 1839, the introduction of the not-OFA made possible the use of anthracite coal in iron furnaces. As iron production rose and the number of furnaces, rolling mills, and iron and steel works increased, coal output also soared. By 1860, it was already 14,334,000 tons, of which 8,500,000 tons were anthracite. This I11-S Ease I11 underscore coal production was a certain sign that aim underscore ris underscore was at pil 1 yen, making the mg from an agrarian to an industrial economy. Another sign was the rise of the corporation. Although individual ownership and partnerships were most characteristic before the Civil War, the corporation was advancing rapidly in the textile, iron, and coal industries. In the field of railroad construction, no other form but the corporation existed. It cost about $15 million to build the Baltimore and Ohio, $30 million for the New York Central, and about $25 million for the Erie. Granted that much of these huge sums went to fill the purses of wealthy promoters, no one individual or partnership in America would have provided the money necessary to build these roads. The influence of industrialists over American economic and political life began even before the Civil War. In Boston in 1850, for example, 15 families, known as the Boston Associates, controlled 20% of the cotton spindles in the country, 30% of the railroad mileage in Massachusetts, 39% of the insurance capital of that state, and 40% of Boston's banking resources. These families, the Lawrences, Lowells, Appletons, Cabots, Dwights, Elliots, Lymans, Sears, Jacksons, controlled the Bay State, its press, pulpit, schools, factories, legislature, in short, its economic, political, and cultural life. Business control over American politics did not await the Civil War, nor did the trend toward monopoly. Referring to such a trend in the iron industry, the Pittsburgh Morning Post declared in 1849, "The wealthy monopolists are anxious to crush those who are doing a small business, and get them out of the way, in order that they may fix prices to suit themselves." 15. In some industries there were actually fewer establishments in 1850. Industrial development, 1783 to 1880. Then in 1840, and fewer still in 1860 than in 1850. In cotton manufacture, for example, the number decreased from 1,240 in 1840 to 1,094 in 1850, and to 1,091 in 1860. Yet during these same years, the capital invested had doubled, the amount of raw material used more than trebled, and the number of workers employed increased by almost 70%. A similar development can be observed in the woolen industry, in which the number of establishments decreased between 1850 and 1860 by more than 10%, while the value of output increased. Although trustification was not yet becoming widespread, in some industries there was a decided trend toward the elimination of small establishments and the creation of larger ones. America was making the transition from an agricultural to an industrial nation, and even though the domination of the nation's political life by the Southern slavocracy limited the speed with which this transformation developed, it could not entirely hold it back. One total _val of our manufactures rose during the period 1840-1860 from $483,278,000 to $885,86, an increase of nearly fourfold. The number of workers in manufacturing establishments having an output valued at $500 or more rose from 791,000 in 1840 to 1,311,000 in 1860. Over 5,235,000 cotton spindles were in operation in 1860 as compared with 2,284,631 in 1840, an increase of more than twofold. In 1860, more than 1,900 woolen mills were putting out products valued at $68,865,000 as compared with $20,696,999 in 1840. Silk manufacture increased during the same period from next to nothing to $6,500,000. From 1850 to 1860, the value of stove manufactures increased from about $6 million to nearly $11 million. Tools and farm machinery from approximately $10,500,000 to $21 million. Furniture and upholstery from $1 million to $28 million. Vehicles from $18 million to $36 million. Between 1820 and 1860, the population of the United States grew from less than 10 million to 31 million, increasing each decade about 1/3 above the previous one. Cities flourished as trade and industry expanded. The percentage of people living in cities was 4.9 in 1820, 8.5 in 1840, and 16.1 in 1860. In 1790, only 6 cities had a population of over 8. In 1860, the number of such cities was 141. In 1810, no city had a population of 100,000. By the year 1860, there were 8 cities above that figure: New York, Philadelphia, Baltimore, Boston, New Orleans, Cincinnati, and Louis, and Chicago. In 1790, New York City had a population of 49,400. It had risen to 1,174,700 in 1860. That same year, Philadelphia had a population of 565,520, Chicago, 109,200, Baltimore, 212,000, and New Orleans, 168,170. The astonishing growth in urban population reflected the rise of American industry. The following census figures of manufacturing ID 1860 provided the background for this growth. 58. Labor movement in the United States. Number. Section. New England. Middle States. Western States. Southern States. Pacific States. Territories. Of a stab. Lishments. 20,671. Capital. Invested. $25 for 77,783. Average. Number of. Lahores. 391,800. Annual. Value of. Products. 468 million. 53,000. 208. 430. 95 greater than. 50,204. 150. This remarkable development began with the Civil War. In 7-league boot. Karl Marx correctly predicted in 1858 that, when the inevitable transition to the factory system takes place in the United States, the ensuing concentration will, compared with Europe and even with England, advance. In 7-league boots. ___186 the United States occupied 4th place in world industry. In 1894 it occupied 1st place, producing about 1/3 of the world's manufactured goods. America's production in that year totaled $9,498,000. The United Kingdom, $4,263 million. Germany, $3 greater than $357 million. France, $2,900 million. Austria, $1,596 million. And Europe as a whole $17 greater than $352 million.16. Industrial growth during the Civil War. This remarkable development began with the Civil War. The war years and the years immediately following worked revolutionary changes in American economic life. From 1860 to 1870, the total number of manufacturing establishments increased by 8% and the value of manufactured products by 0%. The number of factory workers went from 1,311,000 to 2,054,000. The war itself greatly stimulated industrial growth, hastened the rise of large-scale manufacturing, and encouraged the construction of railway and telegraph lines. It boomed the production of agricultural machinery, canned food, ready-made clothing and shoes. The use of the harvester revolutionized agriculture, made possible large-scale production of grain, and pushed the frontiers westward. By the time the war ended, IEF Toryism had been fastened upon many American workers, whose lingering hope of escaping the wages system by becoming small producers was waning fast. Even the mechanic in the smaller towns found it more and more difficult to compete with the mechanized factories in the industrial cities, whose cheap goods were carried everywhere by the railroads. During the war, the shift from workshop to mechanized factories took place with amazing speed, a transformation reflected by the fact that industrial development, 1783 to 1880. 59 The number of patents for new machines leaped from 3,340 in 1861 to 6,220 in 1865. But most of all it can be seen in the changes of specific trades. In the ship-joining industry the mortising machine, planing machine, and jigsaw were introduced. In the cigar trade the hand press and the mold were adopted. Machines for planing wood moldings, for cleaning streets, and for fashioning hoops and staves were other innovations. By the end of the war large-scale machine production had become characteristic in the shoe, metal, cigar, printing, textile, and many other industries. 17 Early in 1864, a working man submitted an analysis to Pincher's Trades Review, the outstanding labor paper of the Civil War era, of the revolution underway in the shoe industry. Comparatively few people are aware, he wrote from Lynn, Massachusetts, of the quiet, steady revolution that is going on in the business of shoemaking, and particularly as that business is conducted in Lynn. The rapid progress made during that time, April 1861, and especially within the past year or two, in the introduction of machinery in shoemaking has been beyond all previous calculation. It may almost be said that handwork has already become the exception, and machinery the rule. The little shoemaker's shop and the shoemaker's bench are passing rapidly away, soon to be known no more among us, and the immense factory, with its laboring steam engine and its busy hum of whirling wheels, is rising up in their place, to change the whole face of things in the ancient and honored metropolis of the workers in the gentle craft of leather. By this time, the skilled craftsman found that he had little advantage over the green hands. A foreman of a large shoe manufacturing establishment remarked that he could take an unskilled laborer from the street and in 2 days' time teach him to do some portions of the work as well as a man who had spent years in learning the shoemaker's trade. In the coopering industry, machine-made staves displaced the most skilled phase of the cooper's art, leaving only the relatively simple task of setting up, which any worker could learn in a few days. Similarly, in the cigar-making industry, molding machines enabled employers to use girls who could be trained in a few days to do work formerly performed by skilled artisans. Thus arose the partially skilled workers, young boys and girls who were easily trained and paid half as much as the skilled journeymen used to receive. During the war, they flocked into .6.elds before considered the exclusive property of the skilled. Mechanics. 1860. Labor movement in the United States. Industrial expansion after the Civil War. After the Civil War and the crushing defeat of the slave power, capitalism developed at a headlong pace. As Marx pointed out, the H_NC, L_ING over of an enormous proportion of the public land to speculative iries for exploitation by means of railways, mines, etc., led to the creation of a financial aristocracy of the meanest sort, which was eager to IQV_SD_ however profits could be rapidly accumulated. Fixed capital in industry rose from $533,245,331 in 1849 to $2,790, $272, $606 in 1879, and the value of manufactured goods produced now for a protected home market rose from $1,885, 86I, 6J6 in 1859 to $5,369,579,171 in 1879. The economic expansion of the 2 decades after the Civil War is reflected in the statistics of industrial production. Between L_860 and 1880 alone, the capital invested in mining increased by more than 20 times, while the total value of the production increased from $90 to $250 million. In 1860, 14 million tons of coal were mined. In 1884, almost 100 million tons. Between 1874 and 1882, the production of Bess Mare steel ingots leaped from 191,933 tons to 1,696,450. In 1865, Massachusetts manufactured 718,660 cases of boots and shoes, 2 decades later, 2,633,075 cases annually. In L_860, there were 30,626 miles of railroad in operation. In 1884, 125,739 miles. Between 1860 and 1870, railroad mileage increased by almost 80%, and during the next decade the same rate of increase was maintained. According to the United States Census of 1900, manufacturers estimated at $1,885,862,000 for 1860, came to $3,385,860,000 in 1870, and $5,369,579,000 in 1880, almost a fourfold increase. During the same period, the capital invested in manufactures jumped from $1,009,856,000 to $2,790,274,000, and the number of workers employed went from 1,300 to 2,733,000. Trends toward monopoly. Accompanying the emergence of a highly mechanized industrial system was the trend toward greater concentration. The trend, initiated earlier, went on with amazing speed during the war. Only big industrialists, after all, could afford to introduce machinery, expand their plants, and so compete successfully for lucrative government contracts. The result was a foregone conclusion. Many small business enterprises either went out of existence or were taken over bodily by bigger ones. In 1865, most businesses were still conducted on a small scale, but not many years elapsed before consolidation of small competing firms occurred. By absorbing and crushing small competitors, giant monopolies evolved, capitalized at tens of millions of dollars. Y_J, LD_LL was influenced by the trend towards centralization. Industrial development, 1783 to 1880, but at W_A most marked in the telegraph, 1 ph, railroad, salt and pepper, and PC, 11 ij, Ciustri s. At first in the hands of many small competing companies, the telegraph industry soon came under the control of 2 principal companies, the Western Union and the American. Even these 2 corporations were in reality the same capitalists. owning into each other to such an extent as to make them virtually one. In 1864, a rival group formed the United States Telegraph Company, but 2 years later the new company, with $6 million worth of shares, was absorbed by the Western Union, which by this time controlled a capital of $40 million and 70,000 miles of wire. By the end of the Pennsylvania Railroad, which had started with one short line from Philadelphia to the Susquehanna River, had absorbed more than 138 small roads representing more than 250 corporations, and by 1871 it controlled more than 3,000 miles of track, with an annual income of over $40 million. By the acquisition, during the War, of the Pittsburgh, Fort Wayne, and Chicago Railroad, the Pennsylvania completed the first trunk line between Lake Michigan and the Atlantic coast. Other large railroad consolidations were also accelerated by the war. Erie took over several small roads. The Chicago and Northwestern absorbed the Peninsular Line as well as roads between Boston and Ogdensburg, New York, and four between Quincy, Illinois, and Toledo, Ohio. The railroads that carried coal foresaw the profits that would come from control of the mining regions, and quickly acquired claims to territory. By 1871, the Reading Railroad had already taken possession of about 70,000 acres of land, and its annual report to stockholders boasted. The result of this action has been to secure and attach to the company's railroad a body of coal lands capable of supplying all the coal tonnage that can possibly be transported over the road for centuries. The coal subsidiary of the Reading controlled more than 75% of all the collieries in Schuylkill County. 19. In short, a nation of small enterprises had entered the war and emerged with the factory system dominant, and the trend toward concentration in full swing. To be sure, giant trusts did not reach national proportions until the 80s, but the Civil War hastened the tendency. During the war, the first combination of petroleum refineries was completed, and the Rockefeller Empire began to take form. And in 1866 the commercial RJ&E Financial Chronicle could say, "There is an increasing tendency in our capital to move in large masses than formerly. Small business firms compete at more disadvantage with richer houses, and are gradually being absorbed in them. Thus we have more men worth $100,000 in some of our large commercial cities." Labor movement in the United States. Then were reputed 5 years ago to be worth $50,000. No doubt much of this reputed capital is fictitious. But the power accumulating in the moneyed classes from the concentration of capital in large masses is attracting the attention of those observers of the money market. It is one of the signs of the time and will probably exert no small influence over the future growth of our industrial and commercial enterprise. 2.0. It was also to exert no small influence over all of American society, including government, schools, press, and church. For the story of this expansion of industry and increasing concentration of wealth is also the story of corruption in one form or another. To secure land grants, loans, and subsidies from the government, and thereby rob the nation of its richest resources, the railroads engaged in an orgy of fraud. The UNIL. J.J. Fick paid close to $500,000 in graft to congressmen and local state legislators between 1866 and 1872, while the Central Pacific netted out as much as $500,000 annually during the years 1875 to 1885. Senator Hoar said on the occasion of the completion of the first transcontinental railroad, "When the greatest railroad of the world, binding together the continent and uniting the two great seas which wash our shores, was finished, I have seen our national triumph and exultation turned to bitterness and shame by the unanimous reports of 3 committees of Congress that every step of that mighty enterprise had been taken in fraud." 21. One of these committees, the Poland Committee, which investigated the credit mobilier fraud, declared in its report delivered in 1873, "This country is fast becoming filled with gigantic corporations, wielding and controlling immense aggregations of money and thereby commanding great influence and power. It is notorious in many state legislatures that these influences are often controlling, so that in effect they become the ruling power of the state. Within a few years Congress has to some extent been brought within similar influences." 22. Crises and labor's answer. But the acceleration of American economic life was not constant. Every few years, industry came to a halt, shops and factories closed, workers were discharged, and small businessmen were swallowed up by bigger ones. The years 1819, 1837, 1854, 1857, 1860, 1873 marked periods of severe economic crisis. During these periods, misery stalked fly on a. During each crisis, people began to ask why it was that industry was so suddenly prostrated. And each time the spokesman for the upper industrial development, 1783 to 1880 class gave the same answer: overproduction. Too many factories, too many canals, too many railroads, too many banks existed. Too much cotton cloth had been made, too much food had been produced, Too many shoes had been fashioned, too much of everything to yield a profitable return. Hence, industry had stopped, and workers were unemployed. No one said that the people who produced these goods did not earn enough to buy much of what they had made. No one said that New England cotton factories averaged for decades 10% a year on their investments, and that Samuel Slater accumulated a fortune of $Jew, in 40 years, and then Boston Associates made millions at the same time that the textile workers starved. No one said that iron works in the 50s declared dividends ranging from 40 to 100%, while the iron workers lived under almost feudal conditions. No one said that railroad promoters, iron producers, lumber kings, and oil tycoons had amassed huge fortunes by seizing and monopolizing the best natural sources of the land resources that belonged to the people. No one in power said these things, but Joseph Wademeier, an early American Marxist, said in the summer of 1853, "Those pages underscore of trade, which precisely in our day have shaken the entire structure of society in revolutionary fashion, they are produced by nothing else but a disparity in the growth of the two, productive capacity and markets. For the increase in the consumptive capacity of the market cannot keep pace with the increase in the productive capacity of the industrial forces." During the terrible years of the Depression that began in 1873 and lasted until 1879, a worker wrote, "What changes in a century! I look at our thousands of miles of railroads, our countless mills and factories, our mines and forges, our vast wealth, all created by labor in one century. And what has labor to show for its share of the good things it has produced? Literally nothing. It has neither railroad, factory, forge, or mine. Capital has cunningly appropriated everything." 23. The remarkable story of a century of American economic development is largely the story of labor. For without labor, this industrial development could not have taken place. No one expressed it better than a member of the Miners' Union in Illinois who wrote during the Civil War, "Without labor, where would all our inventions be? Without labor, where would all our mineral wealth be? Without labor, we would be without the power of steam, as it has been developed during the past 75 or 80 years. For without labor, this great invention would never have been developed. For who can say that what was a capitalist? I thin. Labor movement in the United States." 64. History will prove that he was a working man. Without labor, where would our railroads and our steamboats be? Without labor, our canals would be undug, our rivers nothing but fish ponds. Our mineral wealth would be buried in the bowels of the earth. Where would our gold be if we were all capitalists? Where would our millions of tons of iron ore, our lead, our copper, and last, but not least, our millions of tons of coal? Just here in the wealthy and flourishing state of Illinois. 24. Abraham Lincoln was president when this Union miner wrote these DS. Lincoln probably never read this statement, but had he done so, he would have agreed fully with its basic point. For he himself said, "The thing has been or can be enjoyed by us without having first cost labor. And inasmuch as most good things are produced by labor, it follows that all such things of right belong to those whose labor has produced them. But it has so I_P_penned, in all ages of the /F world, that S0 Rihave JJ5 hourd, and others have without labor enjoyed a large RR9RC, IC11QLJFRNGS. This is wrong and should not continue. To secure to each laborer the whole product of his labor, or as nearly as possible, is a worthy object of any good government." 25. "Labor is the foundation of the entire political, social, and commercial structure," said William H. Silvis, the outstanding labor leader of the Civil War years. "It was the author of all wealth," he declared, yet capital appropriated to itself the vast bulk of the wealth which labor had created. Of what value, he asked, were railroad networks, canals, mineral resources, factories, magnificent cities, public buildings, and internal improvements if the wealth is controlled by and for the benefit of a few individuals while the great mass, the producing classes, are reduced to poverty? 0. America, labor knew, was rich enough to provide everyone with the economic foundation for happiness. But to enjoy this happiness, labor had to unite to wrest from capital a larger share of the national income. Under the leadership of their trade unions and political organizations, the American workers through struggles secured higher wages, shorter working days, better conditions, numerous democratic reforms, and an improved status in the community commensurate with their importance to society. Faced with degrading conditions and a subsistence livelihood, the American worker could do one of three things. 1. He could remain at his work and accept the wages and conditions offered him by his employer. 2. He could leave his work and seek a better life elsewhere. 3. He could unite with his fellow workers and force the employers to grant the improvements required. Some workers stayed on the job and accepted exploitation without putting up much of a struggle to alter their status. Others tried to escape by moving to other districts, or by becoming independent farmers on the frontier or independent producers. But even before the federal constitution was adopted, American workers were uniting with their fellow workers in trade unions to improve their living conditions. Labor conditions in post-revolutionary America. American labor gained little from the expansion in trade and commerce after the War for Independence. In the early factories, workers toiled long hours for miserable wages. Young children constituted the principal labor supply in the textile plants. Samuel Slater's first 9 operatives were 7 boys and 2 girls under 12 years of age. In 1820, half of the factory workers were boys and girls of the tender age of 9 and 10 years, who worked 12 to 13 hours a day for wages ranging from 33 cents to 67 cents a week. A typical advertisement of the period appeared in the Rhode Island Manufacturers and Farmers Record of May 4, 1820. Wanted a family of from 5 to 8 children capable of working in a cotton mill. When Josiah Quincy, a New England statesman, visited a textile mill in Pawtucket in 1801, the owner pointed with pride to the number of children at work. By keeping out of mischief and not wasting time playing games. 65. Labor movement in the United States. He said these children were serving God as well as aiding their families. Quincy, however, was not impressed by this eloquent defense of child labor. But an eloquence was exerted on the other side of the question more eloquent than his, which called us to pity these little creatures, plying in a contracted room, among flyers and cogs, at an age when nature requires for them air, space, and sports. There was a dull dejection in the countenances of all of them. 2. Most of the other textile workers were daughters of nearby farmers who lived in crowded and badly ventilated company boarding houses. Their hours were long, from 5 in the morning to 7 at night, and their wages were small, averaging little more than $2 to $3 a week. 3 Skilled workers in establishments far removed from factory life fared little better. In the late 178s, a carpenter, mason, or smith in New York City earned 4 shillings a day. An unskilled worker, ditch digger, hod carrier, earned 2 shillings a day. Even so, John Jay, a New York conservative, protested that the wages of mechanics and laborers are very extravagant. The extent of this extravagance is revealed by a report in the New York Daily Advertiser of January 13, 1791 that many of our small tradesmen, cardmen, day laborers and others, dwell upon the borders of poverty and live from hand to mouth. 600 New York journeymen appealed for public relief in 1797 because they were in want of sufficient fire and food to maintain themselves and their families. They complained that while prices had risen 50% since the Revolution, wages had remained stationary. 9 years later, a skilled shoe worker testified, "I could only make $8 an a." The following table indicates the relation of wages to the cost of living during the years when the first trade unions were formed. 1900 is equal to 100. Year 1791, 1792, 1793, 1794, 1795, 1796, 1797, 1798, 1799. Money wages 23, 25, 27, 29, 33, 33, 31, 33, 29. Cost of living 42, 46, 49, 53, 61, 65, 60, 60, 57. Real wages 55, 54, 55, 55, 54, 51, 52, 55. 51 sources. Jürgen Kaczynski, A Short History of Labor Conditions in the United States of America, 1789 to the present day, London, 1943, pages 20 to 21. See also. Hansen. Wholesale Prices for the United States. Publications of the American Statistical Association, Volume 14, page 804, and New York Daily Advertiser, September 7, 1785. Early trade unions. Half a week and I worked from 5 in the morning till 12 or 1 at night. 5. R1, Lee _SA wages W _RE. LT paid regularly, and they were generally pi, I11 scrip which could only be redeemed at stores owned or controlled _D by the employers. The high prices charged here swallowed up a considerable portion of these meager earnings. The consequent bitterness among workers is revealed by the following account written by an Englishman who came to this country in the post-revolutionary era. All the mechanics with whom I conversed complained of the difficulty which they experienced in getting paid for their labor, much of what they did receive being given them in orders upon shops for necessaries and clothing, the extra price charged by the storekeeper, under the circumstances, causing in their judgment a clear loss to them of $0.75 per week. 8. What kind of life could the worker enjoy on 25 or 50 cents a day? The simplest food, drink, and clothing and the meanest hovel were the terms of his existence. A recent study of New York in 1789 points out. In 1795 it cost 10 cents a day to maintain a pauper in the almshouse, and this sum was naturally based on the wholesale purchase of provisions, clothing, and fuel, and it excluded rent. Yet in that year, as in 1789, a common laird blessed with a wife and child had less per head with which to provide for the three of them than an inmate of the poorhouse. 7 working days were from sunup to sundown. In summer this meant a working day of from 14 to 16 hours, with 2 hours or less off for meals. In winter it meant 9 to 12 hours, with 1 hour or less off for meals. Since wages were usually paid by the day rather than by the number of hours worked, employers were tempted to get their work done during the late spring, the summer, and the early fall when they would secure more hours for the same wages. The merchant capitalist enters. Nor was this all. Profound changes in American economic life were making the skill of the craftsman less important. No longer did a master craftsman, who owned a shop, manufacture to order for a few local customers. No longer did he employ only 1 or 2 journeymen and apprentices. He was now manufacturing for markets in the South and West, and as the demand increased, he expanded his shop and took on more workers. But competition was also increasing. Turnpikes and canals made it. 68. Labor movement in the United States. Possible for producers to compete for the same market, and to meet the competition, employers reduced wages and increased working hours. This trend increased after the entrance of the merchant capitalist. One of the great difficulties faced by producers for a distant market was the serious lack of credit and financing facilities. The farmers who bought boots and shoes and other manufactured articles had little cash, and small manufacturers and local retail merchants could not afford to sell on credit. This gave the advantage to the importing merchants in the seaboard cities, who not only possessed considerable capital but also received credit from abroad. The small manufacturers sought desperately to meet the situation by themselves, even organizing associations, one of whose functions was to grant loans to members. But this was a futile makeshift arrangement. T_high. Situation brought the merchant capitalist into being. H_did_and_ot have to know how to manufacture. He did not even own shops or mills and employ workers. He bought raw materials, found a producer to manufacture them into finished goods, and secured the markets for their sale. BC: had his own capital or obtained large credit. In either case he could sell on fairly long credit terms. As the sphere of the merchant capitalist expanded, the master craftsman who owned a shop became little more than a labor contractor. His profit was the difference between the price he received from the merchant capitalist and the wages he paid his workmen. To increase these profits, he divided his workers into teams so that by specialization and division of labor the work would be speeded up, set skilled against unskilled, and hired women and children to do the work of men at 1/4 their wages, and in every way forced greater exertions from the workers. A few employers who wished to pay the usual wages were threatened by the merchant capitalists and forced to capitulate. Keep profits soaring by cutting wages and increasing hours in the sweatshops became the slogan for employers and capitalists alike. 8 Relations between workers and employers were profoundly affected by this development. This is not to say that the emergence of trade unionism in America can be explained solely by the extension of the market and the rise of the merchant capitalist. Trade unions were formed because workingmen depended on their wages for their livelihood, and because they had learned through experience that individually they could do nothing to maintain or improve their living standards. The entrance of the merchant capitalist hastened a development that was inevitable once a wage-earning class had arisen in America. Early trade unions. Temporary labor associations. It was to bring some concrete meaning to the Declaration of Independence that American workers shortly after the Revolution set up their first trade unions. THFSL.L_Johns were organized by skilled craftsmen, not by unskilled factory workers. That the factory workers had reasons for complaint is obvious. But a considerable number of them were children who could not be expected to organize, and most of the others were young women who had an alternative to organizing in trade unions. J9R_ing an improvement in their lot they could leave when conditions became intolerable and return to their farms. The skilled mechanics, however, had no such alternative. Few of them owned farms or gardens from which to supplement their inadequate wages. Without organization they would continue to dwell upon the borders of poverty, and live from lion to mouth. Prior to and immediately after the revolution, workers and employers had cooperated on a number of issues, and had even formed mutual benefit societies, for the laudable purpose of protecting such of their brethren as by sickness or accident may stand in need of assistance, and for the relief of the widows and orphans of those who may die. 9. Yet during these years the workers complained of inadequate wages and bad working conditions, and a feeling of resentment was emerging among them. As early as 1773, Jonathan Boucher, a Maryland clergy man, observed that both employers and the employed no longer lived together with anything like attachment and cordiality on either side, and the laboring classes, instead of regarding the rich as their guardians, patrons, and benefactors, now look on them as so many overgrown colossuses whom it is no demerit in them to wrong. 10. In short, cooperation between workers and employers was breaking down before the appearance of the merchant capitalist. His appearance, by intensifying exploitation, hastened the process. The first significant break in this relationship occurred when the journeymen left the mutual aid societies to which employers and workers belonged and formed their own benevolent associations. Mutual aid societies of journeymen, printers, carpenters, shoe workers, hatters, tailors, and bricklayers were quite common in the 179Os. But these mutual aid societies were not enough. Labor came to realize that it was just as important to prevent their employers from thrusting them into need as it was to assist each other when they were in distress. Once this understanding developed, trade unions emerged. Before the first permanent trade unions were formed, skilled workers united into temporary associations to improve their conditions. In 1778, the journeyman printers in New York combined and demanded an labor movement in the United States. 70. Increase in wages. They sent a letter to their employers informing them that, as the necessaries of life are raised to such enormous prices, it cannot be expected that we should continue to work at the wages now given, and therefore request an addition of $3 per week to our present small pittance. 11. Unless the request was granted, they declared, they would not continue to work. After the increase was reluctantly granted, the printers saw no reason for continued existence of their organization and abandoned the association. The first authentic strike took place in America in 1786, 6 years before the organization of the first permanent American trade union. Determined to secure a wage of $1 a day, the journeyman printers of Philadelphia met and adopted a resolution in which they announced that in the future they would not engage to work for any printing establishment in the city and county under the sum of $6 per week. They concluded, "We will support such of our brethren as shall be thrown out of employment on account of their refusing to work for less than $6 per week." When the employers refused to grant the request, the printers struck or conducted a turnout, as it was called, and succeeded in winning their demands. 12 Other turnouts soon followed. Philadelphia house carpenters struck for a 10-hour day in 1791. Baltimore sailors struck for a higher wage in 1795, and in the same year, New York carpenters and masons struck to raise their wages 2 shillings a day. So alarmed were the employers that a writer in the New York Daily Advertiser for March 30, 1795, warned that an acquiescence on the part of the citizens on this occasion will in all probability not only excite similar attempts among all other descriptions of persons who live by manual labor, but induce reiterated efforts to increase their wages at seasons when they find their services most wanted. All O_F_TL, IS strikes led by temporary associations which lasted only while the struggle was on. Experience soon taught the workers that temporary organization would not enable them to maintain their wage rates in face of the permanent sway, employer to reduce them. What was needed was a permanent organization that had regular meetings, had a treasury for emergencies, and a plan for the struggles to come. The first trade unions. Beginning with the 179Os, skilled journeymen in several cities converted their mutual aid societies into trade unions that would conduct struggles for higher wages and shorter hours as well as assist members. Early trade unions. 71 During periods of sickness, employers tried to prevent this transition on to trade unionism. A few legislatures were influenced to pass laws prohibiting workers from using their benevolent societies to fix wage scales. As an answer to this legislation, groups of workers like the Philadelphia printers dissolved their mutual aid societies and re-established them as trade unions. 13 The purpose of these societies is made clear in the preamble to the Constitution of the Journeymen Cordwainers of the City of New York, adopted in 1805. We, the journeymen cordwainers of the City of New York, impressed with the sense of our just rights, and to guard against the artifices or intrigues that may at any time be used by our employers to reduce our wages lower than what we deem an adequate reward for our labor, have unanimously agreed to the following articles as the constitution of our society. Here the New York shoe workers were asserting that labor had to organize a stable, continuous combination so as to be prepared to meet any attempt by employers to reduce wages. The statement also reveals that as early as 1805 American labor was determined to maintain its right to decide what it considered an adequate reward for its labor. The first organization of workers in the United States to maintain a permanent union was formed by the Philadelphia shoemakers in 1792, after previous attempts had failed. If 194 the Federal Society of Journeymen and Secretwainers of Philadelphia was organized, and this union continued to exist until 1806. In 1799, the society conducted the first strike of a permanent union. The strike against reduction in wages is also significant because it was the first sympathetic strike on record. The bootmakers turned out to aid the shoemakers secure their demands. The society paid one of its members to picket the master shoemakers' shops. The strike lasted for about 10 weeks but was lost. The 12 years' existence of the Cordwainers Society, however, was marked by a number of successful struggles for higher wages. A few months after the Philadelphia Cordwainers had organized, the Baltimore Journeyman Tailors and the New York Printers set up their unions. The New York Typographical Society, organized in 1794, remained in existence more than 10 years. Another New York union, the Journeyman Cabinet and Chair Makers, was formed in 1796 and lasted until 1837. The New York Society of Journeymen Shipwrights came into existence in 1803, and the House Carpenters of the City of New York in 1806. That same year the tailors in New York formed a union. Judging from notices in contemporary newspapers, these last three organizations were still functioning in 1819. The Journeyman Cord. Labor movement in the United States. Wainers Society of New York, organized in 1805, was flourishing 40 years later. 16 asterisk. Most early unions, however, did not continue so long. A lost strike often meant the end of a union. Sometimes a victorious strike dissolved a union because the members believed it had accomplished its purpose. Only the printers and shoemakers had enough strength and understanding to remain in existence for many years and in different parts of the country. By 1810, permanent organizations of shoemakers and printers existed in Philadelphia, New York, Baltimore, Pittsburgh, Boston, Washington, and New Orleans. 16. Union policies and practices. Because of the short lives of the first American unions and the failure of most of them to leave records and proceedings, it is not easy to learn just what these labor organizations were like and how they functioned. Fortunately, the records of the printers and cordwainers unions have been preserved, making possible a study of early American trade union practice. Upon becoming a member of the union, a worker usually took an oath to stand by its wage scales, to keep its proceedings secret, and to assist members to get employment, in preference to any other person. He paid an initiation fee, generally about 40 or 50 cents, and regular dues from 6 to 10 cents a month. He was required to attend monthly meetings. Since workers traveled about from city to city in search of work, he was usually permitted to be absent for 3 months. When he returned and proved that he had been out of town, he was still deemed a lawful member by paying 1 month's contribution. 17 members were required to conduct themselves in a decent and orderly manner at meetings. Any member who did not keep silent after the president called for order could be fined, usually about 6 cents. Fines were also imposed for absence without cause from membership meetings, 10 or 12 cents for the first offense, 20 to 25 cents for the second, and 50 cents for the third. Concerning absences, the New York Cordwainers Constitution said, "It is the duty of the private members to attend the meetings and cooperate with its officers in promoting the welfare of the society. In doing this, they will recollect they are promoting their own individual welfare." 18. Frequently, unions of a particular trade in a city dissolved and continued under a new name. The New York Typographical Society reorganized as the Franklin Society in 1799 and continued in existence until 1804. Another or second New York Typographical Society was formed in 1809 and continued until 1818, although a reference in the New York Daily Plebeian of January 21, 1845, indicates that it may have continued its existence up to 1845. Early trade unions. 73. Members could be expelled if after a trial they had been found guilty of frequent intoxication, gross immorality, giving a brother member any abusive language in the society room during the hours of meeting, and frequent neglect of business that had caused their families to suffer and their employers to lose money. A member of the New York Typographical Society was expelled because he was judged guilty of turning wrong a half sheet of 24s and without mentioning the circumstances to his employer, leaving the city even neglecting to note down the signature letter in his bill. This was deemed conduct highly derogatory to the character of the New York Typographical Society and disgraceful to himself as a member. The unions were proud that all the best workmen were members of the organization. 19. The first American trade unions were local craft unions concerned primarily with local craft problems. They had no organic connection with unions in other cities, nor did connections exist among unions of different trades in the same locality. Essentially, these unions were small groups operating locally within a single industry. The members of these unions were workers in a single craft or skill. In this early period, there was little division of labor in the production of a commodity. Most members of the cordwainers' union made the entire shoe themselves. The union printer not only cut the type but also set and printed it. The skilled wage earners worked in small shops and did not come into contact with workers in other trades. It was natural for these workers to form strictly craft unions. At first, members of the unions fought mainly to preserve their skill, protesting against the employment of learners, runaway apprentices, and halfway journeymen, and all other unskilled workers who, it was said, will work for what they can get. 20. But even then, the skilled workers were fighting a losing battle. Employers, egged on by merchant capitalists, began to use more and more apprentices at considerably lower wages than those paid skilled journeymen. Division of labor began to make some headway in the handicraft trades. Skilled workers were forced to teach apprentices a particular phase of the work, in which these green workers would specialize. Soon the skilled men worked for the same wages as the apprentice. The employers were more interested in quantity and price than in quality, and many quickly trained, specialized workers could produce faster and cheaper. The skilled journeymen fought this new trend vigorously. Many of them blamed the apprentices instead of the employers. Through their experience, the journeymen learned that they could maintain their wage standards only through organizing the apprentices and setting wage scales for skilled and unskilled work. The journeymen cordwainers. Labor movement in the United States. 74. Learned this lesson as early as 1805, and provided in their constitution that apprentices were eligible for membership. Experience taught them another lesson, that a labor union could not be effective if it allowed employers to be members. Their membership was the result of two factors. First, labor felt that the employer who worked in the shop was a member of the producing class, not of the idle exploiting class of capitalists, the bankers, and all who now live on, or intend hereafter to live without useful labor. 21. Secondly, in some trades, class commuting was frequent. In the printing trade, a worker who had become an employer could remain in the union if he paid the union scale to his journeyman. In the boot and shoe trade, where class commuting was rare, there was no provision for employer membership. This is one reason for the greater militancy of the cordwainers' unions. One of the first unions to recognize the weakness in employer membership was the New York Typographical Society. The union had approved a resolution in 1809 that said, "Between employers and employed there are mutual interests." 8 years later, it discovered an employer member conspiring with other employers to break the union. The union expelled him and amended its constitution to exclude employers because experience teaches us that the actions of men are influenced almost wholly by their interests, and that it is almost impossible that a society can be regulated and useful where its members are actuated by opposite motives and separate interests. This society is a society of journeyman printers, and as the interests of the journeymen are separate, and in some respects opposite to that of the employers, we deem it improper that they should have any voice or influence in our deliberation. 22. The emphasis on experience provides us with a key to an understanding of these early American unions. Labor learned from experience, which taught it how to proceed in its efforts to secure better conditions and how to improve upon tactics in the struggle to wrest these conditions from the employers. In the beginning, trade union tactics were fairly simple. The members of the union would meet, draw up a wage scale, and pledge not to work for any employer who did not pay the wages demanded. By 1802, some unions would select a committee to present the wage scale to the employers. Those who accepted the proposed list and paid the wages were sometimes honored with a special resolution, while those who refused faced a strike and found their shops picketed by tramping committees. Strikers received strike benefits. By 1810, the cordwainers and the printers paid benefits regularly to those brethren who had been thrown out of early trade unions. 75 employ in consequence of their refusing to work for less than the established prices. 23. The trade agreement was the next step in trade union tactics. As early as 1799, a trade agreement was made between the Philadelphia shoemakers and their employers. 10 years later, the New York Typographical Society appointed a committee of 3 to confer with a committee of all the employers in the trade for the purpose of establishing a uniform wage scale throughout the city. After several meetings, a wage scale was agreed upon. The New York printers tried as early as 1815 to set up a uniform wage SC 1E for the cities of the East in order to stop employers from sending work out of the city. The printers were unsuccessful. 2 Number of unions appointed, tramping committees, to see that employers lived up to agreements. When it was discovered that it was better to appoint and pay one man to do this, walking delegate came into existence. In most strikes, however, unpaid committees were used. Another lesson the workers learned very early was the need for a closed shop. Too often the employers broke an agreement by bringing in non-union workers at less than the scale. Before a month had passed, the wages of the union members had been cut to the level of the new workers. No union could be effective so long as its members had to compete in the same shop with unorganized workers, for the latter could take all the advantages secured by the influence and activities of the union, and then cooperate with employers against it in case of a strike. The New York Typographical Society put the case concisely in 1809. We conceive it to be the duty and the interest of every journey man printer in the city to come forward and unite with his fellow craftsmen in promoting an object which has for its end the benefit of the whole. 25. But a closed shop could be established only by discipline. Understanding this, the New York Journeyman Cordwainers in 1805 made the closed shop part of their constitution. No member of this society shall work for an employer that has any journeyman cordwainer or his apprentice in his employment, that does not belong to this society, unless the journeyman come and join the same. Should any member work on the seat with a person or persons that had not joined the society, and failed to report to the president at the very next meeting, he would have to pay a fine of $1. Subsequent violation of this rule would lead to expulsion. 28. Other cordwainers' unions had similar agreements, not always written ones, and in most cases they were strictly enforced. 1 worker. The CLO-ed shop goes back to 1794 when the shoemakers of Philadelphia _ed employer to hire only union members. Labor movement in the United States. Testified in a court case in Philadelphia. If I did not join the body, no man would sit upon the seat where I worked, nor board or lodge in the same house, nor would they work at all for the same employer. 27. Traveling cards were another means of enforcing the closed shop. This system was very effective among the printers. A journeyman appealed to his union in Washington for reinstatement. I have for a long time past wished to go to New York, but I cannot procure employment. Therewithout I take with me a certificate from this society, which, of course, I cannot procure unless the society will reinstate me in my membership, which I now most respectfully and earnestly request them to do. 28. Workers have always held a deep hatred for scabs. A group of New York seamen who had struck for higher wages in 1800 were so infuriated by the scabs who were working the ships that they marched to the docks, with drums and fife, and colors flying, and engaged in a bloody battle with the gang who were there to protect the rats. A Philadelphia cordwainer was fined $5 for contempt of court in 1806 when he arose during a labor trial and shouted, "A scab is a shelter for lice." 29. Scabbing during a strike was the worst offense a union member could commit, and called for immediate expulsion. The New York Typographical Society not only expelled any member found guilty of taking the place of a worker who had been discharged by an employer in consequence of supporting the rules of this society by refusing to work for less than the established prices, but also provided that his name should be reported to the different typographical societies in the United States. 30. Frowny face 3-H King of scab lists was one of the many signs of the emergence of labor solidarity at a time when there was no organic connection among the local unions of different cities. Asterisk. At least one effort, however, was made during this period to achieve such unity. Early in 1796, the Federal Society of Philadelphia Cabinet Makers, which was engaged in a strike for higher wages and to defeat the determination of employers not to employ any journeyman cabinet makers as society men, but as individuals, issued an address to their mechanical fellow citizens, urging the different unions to meet together to digest a plan of union for the protection of their mutual independence. We hope and entreat, but one of its appeals, that a union of the respective mechanical branches in this city, and throughout America, will immediately take place, in order to repel any attack that has or may be made on societies of this description. We find ourselves necessitated to call aloud to you for a communication of sentiment and assistance, as we feel that the united efforts of all the societies must produce a more permanent establishment of the independence of each than the infragile exertion of a single one. Hasten then, fellow City 1 UNS, to declare yourselves ready at any time to assist one another in a cause which will determine the independence of so useful a body as the working citizens of America. See Dunlap and Claypool's American Advertiser, July 16, 1795, February 18, 1796, and Philadelphia Aurora, April 7, 1796. E.ROY Trade Unions. 77. In 1810, when the Philadelphia printers went on strike for higher wages, the employers advertised in New York for printers promising them twice the normal wage. The Philadelphia Union corresponded with their brothers in New York, who promptly supported their typographical brethren of Philadelphia in the demand for a rise of prices, asserting that, "We pledge ourselves to each other that we will not take any situation vacated by any of our brethren in Philadelphia under The present circumstances. 31 asterisk. This was less than 20 years after the first trade union had come into existence in America. But already some trade unions had established the policies of collective bargaining, demands for a minimum wage, the effort to secure a closed shop, scab lists, strike funds, unity between skilled and unskilled workers, traveling cards, and solidarity among different local unions of the same trade. As a result of these policies, important economic gains were secured. Wages for carpenters in Massachusetts increased from 74 cents a day in 1791 to $1.13 in 1820, and wages of painters from $1.15 a day in 1800 to $1.34 in 1820.32. Statistics for other trades are not available. But there seems to be no reason to doubt that here too trade union activity brought significant increases in wages. Labor and the courts. These results, moreover, were achieved in spite of bitter opposition of the courts, which permitted employers to combine to force down wages and establish blacklists while the combining of workers was judged a conspiracy. F. Stephen Simpson, a labor leader, wrote in the Working Man's Manual published in 1831. When their employers advertised for workers to break a strike in 1803, as assuring them that they will find constant employment and generous wages by application to the master Kyas of the city and county of Philadelphia, the Journeyman Kyas Society of Philadelphia inserted the following notice in the press. Notice. To the /Journeyman Kyas of all parts of the Union. Your brethren of Philadelphia take this method of informing you that they have turned out unanimously for higher prices, and they therefore think that as they ask no more than the prices established in New York, that their brethren of the trade will take no notice of any advertisements of the employers here to allure them to the city, more especially as the master Kyas have entered into resolutions to lower the prices that have been current for 20 years past. Philadelphia Aurora, November 9, 1803. Employers had united even before the appearance of the early trade union but now they increased their activity to combat labor's demands and to break them, the unions up altogether root and branch. At times employers accepted the labor movement in the United States. If mechanics combine to raise their wages, the laws punish them as conspirators against the good of society, and the dungeon awaits them as it does the robber. But the laws have made it a just and meritorious act that capitalists shall combine to strip the man of labor of his earnings, and reduce him to a dry crust and a gourd of water. Thus does power invert justice, and derange the order of nature. 33. A 1-NQ legislation was enacted in the United States, ESSI, Liler to the English 18th century law Guy 11 St combinations of war L, J.N. British Jew Kyle precedent was followed in charging conspiracy to American workers' organizations. The charge was based upon the doctrine of conspiracy in the English common law, the body of principles and rules of conduct which the court developed from cases between individuals which were brought to the judges to settle, according to which any two or more men who plotted the harm of a third or of the public could be indicted on the criminal charge of conspiracy, and legally punished. In short, workers could not unite to obtain benefits not obtainable by them as individuals. For example, in the Philadelphia cordwainers case, November, 1805, the prosecution admitted that any of the journeymen might lawfully ask whatever wages he thought proper for himself, but that where two or more agreed to ask the same prices, they are guilty of a violation of the law. 34. The doctrine struck at the heart of trade unionism, for the only way workers can elevate themselves is through collective bargaining, since individually the vast majority of workers had no bargaining power. Asterisk. Space does not permit a detailed account of all these early anti-labor court actions, prosecuted in the name of the state, but instigated and financed by the employers. It is possible, however, by examining one case to understand the basic issues involved in all of them. I. Shu War 1_1, 1_9 EBR, 1805, were indicted in Philadelphia by a grand jury on charges of forming a combination and conspiracy to raise wages. This case was of nationwide prominence because it was part of the political struggle between the Federalists who controlled the judiciary and the Jeffersonian Democratic Republicans who con terms of the Union merely to gain time to recruit strikebreakers and then proceed to lock 0 UT the Union members. See Commons Op. Cit. Volume 1, pages 132-34. G. A. Stevens, History of the New York Typographical Union, No. 6, New York, L9R3, p. R34, and Philadelphia Aurora, August R. 180+. In R. 937, Chief Justice Charles Evans Hughes of the United States Supreme Court, speaking for the majority in the National Labor Relations Board v. Jones and Laughlin case, declared, "Long ago we stated the reason for labor organizations. We said that they were organized out of the necessities of the situation, that a single Employee was helpless in dealing with an employer. That union was essential for giving laborers opportunity to deal on inequality with their employer. Early trade unions. 79. Tended that English common law had been swept away by the Revolution. Counsel for the employers was Jared Ingersoll, son of a prominent loyalist, ardent Federalist, and champion of the English common law. Counsel for the shoemakers was Caesar A. Rodney, a leading Jeffersonian, soon to become Jefferson's Attorney General, an uncompromising enemy of the common law which he regarded as a remnant of British tyranny. 35 Before the trial started, the workers appealed to the public to join with them in opposing the establishment of a precedent dangerous to all progressive movements in America. This appeal was published in the Jeffersonian newspaper, the Aurora, of November 28, 1805, and was signed by James Gagan and George Kiamer, President and Secretary of the Cordwainers Society. If the association of men to regulate the price of labor, it declared, is to be converted into a crime, and labeled with the same reproachful terms as a design against the freedom of the nation, the prospect is a very sad one for Pennsylvania. What we have here said, the appeal concluded, will inform the public of our conduct, and will shew that under whatever pretenses the thing is done, the name of freedom is but a shadow, if for doing what the laws of our country authorize, we are to have taskmasters to measure out our pittance of subsistence, if we are to be torn from our fireside for endeavoring to obtain a fair and just support for our families, and if we are to be treated as felons and murderers only for asserting the right to take or refuse whatever we deem an adequate reward for our labor. The trial took place in the mayor's court before a jury composed of 2 innkeepers, a merchant, 3 grocers, a tobacconist, a watchmaker, and a master tailor. Job Harrison, the first witness for the prosecution, was a self-confessed scab and labor spy. Another witness, Anthony Bennett, testified that he had been threatened with death by members of the union. When asked how he knew he would be killed if he did not join the union, he replied, "They have threatened to do it. Not to my face, but according to what I have understood. They have broken my windows with potatoes. They have abused me." A leading argument of the prosecution was that unless the union was crushed, industry would leave Philadelphia. Could a jury of respectable citizens, asked Ingersoll, permit these labor organizations, composed of men who have been only a little time in your country, to exist when rather than submit to the laws of the country they were seeking to alter them according to their own whim or caprice? Caesar Rodney's defense was based on a brilliant attack upon English labor movement in the United States. 80. Common law. He argued that American employers were hiding behind a law passed in England in 1349, the Statute of Laborers, which had forced all workers who survived the Black Plague to work at wages fixed by the state in the interest of the employers. Was it for this, asked Rodney, that the American people had sacrificed and struggled through a long and difficult war? He had only contempt for the charge that unions would force businessmen out of Philadelphia. Not only was the charge untrue, but it was immaterial. The laborer, Rodney insisted, is surely worthy of sufficient hire to enable him to live comfortably. Furthermore, the Society of Journeymen Cordwainers had as much right to create itself as the associations to promote commerce, agriculture, the arts, or any other object. The prosecution's appeal to patriotism, he continued, was a cloak to hide the fact that it was not the public's welfare but the profits of employers that were at stake in the trial. When you see a formidable band of masters attending on the trial of this cause, and some of the most eminent counsel in the city employed to prosecute it, and when you see, further, that it is not taken by any of their customers, it will require strong arguments to convince you it is done out of pure patriotic motives. Rodney concluded with an earnest appeal for justice. If you are desirous of introducing a spirit of inequality into our government and laws, if you think that the laborer and the journeyman enjoy too great a part of liberty, such disposition and opinion will lead you to convict the defendants. If, on the other hand, you are satisfied with the wise and liberal principles of our government, if you are content with the blessings enjoyed under our Constitution, which secures to the citizen an equality of rights which recognize no distinction of classes, I shall look for a verdict of acquittal. 36. The composition of the jury made the verdict a foregone conclusion. The workers were found guilty of a combination to raise wages, and were each fined $8. This decision served as a precedent for future verdicts. In 1809, in New York, tailors were found guilty of conspiracy and fined $1 and costs. In Baltimore and Pittsburgh, shoemakers in 1814 and 1815 were found guilty and fined. Of the 6 recorded cases charging the shoemakers with criminal conspiracy between 1806 and 1815, 4 cases were decided against the workers. The light fines are a testimonial to the temper of the people, but the decisions show as well that the aim of employer and court was to drive trade unionism out of American life. Thus the recorder for the 1815 trial of the Cordwainers in Pittsburgh wrote, "The verdict of the jury is most important to the manufacturing." Early trade unions. Interests of the community, for it puts an end to these associations which have been so prejudicial to the successful enterprise of the capitalist in the Western country. 37. For a time the employers and the courts were successful in hindering the development of trade unionism. When the cordwainers of Philadelphia were outlawed by the courts in 1806, they turned to organizing a producers' co-operative society. But neither court decisions nor employers' coercion could stop the development of the American labor movement. The message of the Philadelphia Typographical Society to their striking brothers in New York is typical of the necessity and the will to go forward. Persevere in your laudable struggle, and remember that no great struggle was ever yet attained without danger and difficulty. 81. Come each true-hearted Whig and each /Ollie mechanic who never knew fear or political panic, come rally your forces and muster your bands to support the old cause with your hearts and your hands. 1. By the old cause, this workers' song of 1785 meant the cause of freedom for which the people had fought during the Revolutionary War. Now there was a need for a new struggle to preserve it. The new struggle was for Jeffersonian democracy. Sources of Jeffersonian democracy. The immediate sources of Jeffersonian democracy go back to the day when the revolutionary soldiers returned to their homes to find them mortgaged, their families in debt, and their government in the hands of wealthy merchants and landed gentry. These men were piling up their wealth by speculating in land, in soldier certificates, treasury warrants, and continental paper. The common people organized politically to win the peace as they had won the war. Political campaigns were waged in all states to lift the post-war burdens from the small farmers, mechanics, and laborers. In most of these campaigns, the working class was handicapped because the right to vote was usually restricted to property owners. One of the few states without property qualifications for voting was the state of Pennsylvania. In New York, 20-pound freeholders or occupants of tenements valued at 40 shillings a year could vote for members of the assembly. Too few mechanics were freeholders, but a number of mechanics rented apartments valued at 40 shillings a year. More and more mechanics and laborers qualified as the year advanced. Some workmen thought in terms of independent political action. On 82. Labor and Jeffersonian democracy. October 9, 1784, a mechanic in Philadelphia urged fellow workingmen to nominate their own candidates in the coming election. All the miseries of mankind, he said, have arisen from freemen not maintaining and exercising their own sentiments. No reason can be given why a free people should not be equally independent in this, as in other respects, in their political as well as their religious persuasions. 8. His advice was not followed, but in New York City the following spring the mechanics nominated their own ticket for the state assembly. The movement started when the mechanics had been defeated in their attempt to incorporate their mechanics' society. Aaron Burr had led the opposition to the bill on the ground that it would give the workingmen too much political influence. The Council of Revision vetoed the bill after the legislature had passed it. After this defeat, the mechanics resolved to gain real representation in the state legislature. A mechanic on April 14, 1785, stated in the New York Packet that the pedantic lawyer, the wealthy merchant, and the lordly landholder have already had their interests attended to. Why then, he asked, should not the respectable mechanics and cartmen be represented by men of their own class who could press their claims? He continued, the great, the mighty and powerful ones are constantly classified together. For what purpose? To prey upon the weak, the poor, the helpless. Are there no men worthy of our confidence, but merchants and lawyers? Remembering the days when they had marched under the banner of the Sons of Liberty, the Mechanics' Society nominated the first mechanics ticket in post-revolutionary America. All but one on the ticket were elected, among them 2 workingmen, a shoemaker and a smith. Most of the others were friendly to the cause. For in the 179 similar resentment over the control of the national government by a clique of wealthy men led to the formation of political organizations by mechanics and laborers all over the country. It is manifestly impossible here to show in detail how the government of the United States was taken over in the 1790s by the mercantile and financial aristocracy, and how the usurpation was opposed by the workers. A few facts must serve to suggest the manifold political activities of American labor during the era of Jeffersonian democracy. Unlike many small farmers opposed to ratification of the new Constitution, fearing that they would never be safe from the insolence of great men, from the tyranny of the rich and from the unfeeling rapacity of the exciseman and tax-gatherer, the mechanics and laborers followed the lead of Jefferson in supporting it. They were just as eager as employers to achieve national economic stability and to halt the dumping of British goods in American markets, which was causing considerable labor movement in the United States. 1 foot es. 84. Unemployment. A Bill of Rights, they believed, would aid in preventing certain evils predicted by those opposed to the Constitution. Early in 1788, Boston mechanics, under the leadership of Paul Revere and Benjamin Russell, voted unanimously in favor of ratification of the Constitution and adopted a resolution expressing an earnest desire that Massachusetts would soon ratify the document. In New York and Philadelphia, too, mechanics and laborers agitated for ratification. 5. A Philadelphia mechanic who heard a foe of ratification protest that he did not like to have the new Constitution crammed down our throats, replied. If Mr. F had had no victuals to cram down his throat but what he had procured with borrowed money or upon credit, as has been the case for 3 months past, and solely from the decay of trade occasioned by want of a good federal government, he would not require 3 or 4 months to consider the new Constitution. 6. Eager for a strong central government, the mechanics and laborers joined with others in the community to push Thomas Jefferson's demand for a Bill of Rights. That the first 10 amendments were finally included in the Constitution was the result of this pressure. As one student has put it, they came out of the people and were made directly for their benefit. 1. But provisions in a written document guaranteeing freedom of religion, press, speech, assembly, and petition to all were not sufficient of themselves. Whether the Bill of Rights was to be meaningful or to become a dead letter depended upon the plain people. The Newark Gazette stated the case accurately when it wrote on March 19, 1794. It must be the mechanics and farmers, or the poorer class of people, as they are generally called, that must support the freedom of America. For freedom was once again in danger. When Jefferson returned from his mission to France, he was appalled to find that the wealthy merchants and speculators were dominating the country after the adoption of the Constitution. Hamilton and the Federalists were open in their determination to subvert the Republic into a monarchy. The Federalists hated democracy, calling it government of the worst. John Jay summed it up for them when he said, "Those who own the country ought to govern it." The common people were entirely too ignorant to be entrusted with political privileges. The proper place for mechanics and laborers was at the workbench and for small farmers at the plow. Affairs of state were reserved for the rich and the well-born. With the able assistance of Alexander Hamilton, the rich and the well-born did nobly by themselves. Hamilton's funding program alone provided enormous profits for Federalist merchants and bankers who were paid by the government the face value of the soldiers' certificates and other labor and Jeffersonian democracy securities they had purchased from farmers and laborers at 1 cent on the dollar. And these same farmers and workers were forced to pay high excise taxes to provide the revenue for the operation of the plan. Finally, James Madison spoke up. Of all the shameful circumstances of this business, it is among the greatest to see the members of the legislature who were most active in pushing this job openly grasping its emoluments. 9. At the moment when the common people were beginning to realize that the future they had won was in danger, news came of great events in France. The French Revolution was now to rekindle revolutionary ardor in the country from which it had drawn its inspiration. There was no joy among the Federalists, but the American people celebrated. Navy. York mechanics in 1794 resolved, "May the light of freedom which was kindled in America and reflected to France in a blaze illuminate the world and lay despotism in ashes." 10. It was no simple matter, however, to get rid of all tyrants, plunderers, and funding speculators. The Federalists were powerful, well organized, determined. They had money in abundance for bribery, manipulation, and corruption. It was difficult for the widely dispersed people to meet, to act together. They had little money, few newspapers to challenge the Federalist press, and few clergymen to speak for them. But in the cities and large towns lived the artisans, mechanics, and laborers. Men who had belonged to the Sons of Liberty, and were even now forming benevolent associations and trade unions, knew how to organize. By 1792 these labor veterans and militant farmers were out in force to preserve the gains of the Revolution. The Democratic Republican Societies. These new organizations were called Democratic Societies or Republican Clubs. Their top leadership often came from intellectuals and the well-to-do, but their main membership was made up of urban workers and small farmers. According to a recent study made by Eugene P. Link, of the 206 identified members of the Philadelphia Society, 103 were crafts men, and of the 177 identified members of the Charleston Club, 34 came from the same class. 11 From the Democratic Societies came frequent expressions of solidarity with the people of France. In an address to the people of the United States, one of the clubs declared, "Shall we Americans who have kindled the spark of liberty, stand aloof and see it extinguished when burning a bright flame in France, which hath caught it from us? Do you not see if despots prevail, you must?" Labor movement in the United States. 86. Have a despot like the rest of nations? If all tyrants unite against free people, should not all free people unite against tyrants? Yes, let us unite with France and stand or fall together. 12. Each meeting of a democratic society was devoted to lectures, forums, discussions, and the composing and adopting of resolutions, addresses to the people, and remonstrances to the President, Congress, and the state legislatures. The societies constantly lashed out against secret sessions of Congress and state legislatures. They demanded that legislators, executives, and judges abandon the use of dark, intricate, antiquated formalities and obsolete phraseology, which only lawyers and classical scholars understand. The plain people had a right to be heard, and no fine-spun theories of monocrats could keep them silent. To the democratic societies belongs the credit for the post-revolutionary demand for popular education, and for putting into practice the progressive theories on education advanced by their leader, Thomas Jefferson. As the Democratic Society in Philadelphia put it, the establishment of public schools upon proper principles will ensure the future of independence and republicanism. By means of correspondence committees, the societies made public education a national issue. Even though no state-supported schools were established at that time, the founding of our public school system was the direct result of the work of these societies, in which American workers played so important a part. At least 10 colleges and academies were begun or aided by members of these popular societies. 18 Education is not, however, confined to the schools. The press has always been a vital force in spreading or suppressing knowledge. The democratic societies felt the need for a press because the greater part of the American newspapers seemed to be lock, stock, and barrel in the hands of the anti-democrats. In the words of William Manning, a poor, untutored farmer, a laboring man may as well hunt for pins in a haymow as to try to collect the knowledge necessary for him to have from such promiscuous piles of contradictions. 14 Manning published in 1797 his Key of Liberty, which proposed a laboring society to which all Americans who worked for a living could belong. The society was to be based on the principle made famous almost a century later by the Knights of Labor. Manning said, "As labor is the sole parent of all property by which all are supported, therefore the calling ought to be honorable and the laborer respected. The most important function of the organization would be to furnish the laboring classes with a monthly magazine and a weekly newspaper." 111 Although no weekly labor press resulted from the activities of the democratic societies, they broke into the press on all issues concerning labor and Jeffersonian democracy. The welfare of the people. The New York Democratic Society paid for a supplement in the New York Journal for April 20, 1794, which gave in full the principles and constitution of the Associated Democratic Society of Chittenden, Vermont. Other societies, whenever possible, had their resolutions, circular letters, patriotic speeches, and proceedings reported in the press. They published numerous pamphlets, one of which was Tom Paine's Rights of Man, emphasizing the following paragraph: "Several laws are in existence for regulating and limiting workmen's wages. Why not leave them as free to make their own bargains as the lawmakers are to let their farms and houses? Personal labor is all the property they have. Why is that little and the little freedom they enjoy to be infringed?" 16. The featuring of this defense of trade unionism is not strange, for the journeymen's associations, organized in the 1790s, cooperated and worked closely with the Democratic Republican clubs. The membership and leadership of the two often overlapped. On many a July 4th, the societies of carpenters, printers, cordwainers, coopers, and cabinet makers joined officially with the Republican Club in the community and drank toasts to the 4th of July. May it ever prove a memento to the oppressed to rise and assert their rights. 17. The Federalist counteroffensive. The Federalists fought the Democratic societies and the many Jeffersonian newspapers by an elaborate Red Scare. The societies, the Federalists thundered, were part of a vast, secret, and subversive international body known as the Bavarian _Lieutenant organized by the bloody French Jacobins. Subsidized though, why pay us gold? Timothy Dwight, president of Yale College, warned that if the people's movement succeeded, holy worship would become a dance of Jacobin frenzy. Their psalms would be Marseille's hymns. The Bible would be cast into a bonfire. And the wives and daughters of Americans would become the victims of legal prostitution, soberly dishonored, speciously polluted, the outcasts of delicacy and virtue, and the loathing of God and man. 18. Every attempt to restore the liberties of mankind, or to check the progress of arbitrary power, wrote a Jeffersonian in 1797, is now styled Jacobinism. 19. Red Scares may retard but cannot halt the march of freedom. By 1795, _AJTH_O_OG. The Democrat, FSOC_YES, how eagen to disintegrate, their /vark _wa tiny-eyed.3. Inchtown. Meetings ND in Orders of St. Tammany. The popular societies had served their purpose. They had helped to crystallize the formation of the Democratic Republican Party led by Thomas Jefferson. Labor movement in the United States. Although the Republican Party included many manufacturers, merchants, and professional men, the bulk of its membership consisted of working farmers, mechanics, craftsmen, and day laborers. Especially active were the maritime workers, who were seriously affected by the British practice of imprisoning American sailors and seizing American ships. These maritime workers were outspoken in their opposition to all anti-democratic elements. In a letter to William Willix, a columnist for Hamilton's paper and a bitter foe of the people's movement, a sailor wrote, "If your name continues in the papers under such dirty pieces, you will soon be a corpse." 20. Failing to frighten the people with their lies, the Federalists turned to force and terror, steamrolling through Congress the Alien, Sedition, and Naturalization Acts. Formerly, these same men had welcomed European workers because the rapidly growing commerce and industry were demanding an abundant and cheap supply of labor. Hamilton had lauded these immigrants, who by expatriating from Europe, have improved their own condition and added to the industry and wealth of the United States. 21. When the immigrants not only added industry and wealth to their adopted country but liked their new country so well that they demanded more wages and democratic rights, the Federalists sought either to deport them or make citizenship extremely difficult to obtain. The Naturalization Act, calling for 5 to 19 years residence, was aimed particularly at the Irish workers who had come to the United States in large numbers when the Irish Rebellion of 1798 had been crushed. These workers were active in trade unions, St. Tammany societies, and the Democratic Party. These Irish, one Federalist thought, were the most God-provoking Democrats this side of hell, and he urged that they be sent back where they had come from. Harrison Gray Otis wrote to his wife, "If some means are not adopted to prevent the indiscriminate admission of wild Irishmen and others to the right of suffrage, there will soon be an end to liberty and property." Another step to crush criticism of the Federalists was the Alien Act, which empowered the President to deport at his own discretion any alien he might consider dangerous to the peace and safety of the United States. Edward Livingston, who was leading the fight in Congress against the anti-alien bills, said that such an attack could easily be extended to citizens. And it was. The Federalists jammed the sedatic through Congress. It imposed a line riot exceeding $1,000 and imprisoned not exceeding 2 IRS for anyone who shall write, print, utter or publish any fouls, scandalous and malicious writing or year. In Boston and New York, some workingmen supported the Federalist Party because they were attracted by its demand for protective tariffs. Labor and Jeffersonian democracy. Ings against the government of the United States, or either House of the Congress of the United States, or the President of the United States, with intent to bring them into contempt or disrepute. David Brown, an itinerant mechanic of Massachusetts labeled by the Federalists the wandering apostle of sedition, was sentenced to 18 months in jail and a $400 fine. He was guilty of having erected a Liberty pole at Dedham, Massachusetts, on which he had pinned the following leaflet: "Here is the 1,000 out of 5 million that receive all the benefit of public property, and all the rest no share in it. Indeed, all our administration is as fast approaching to the Lords and Commons as possible that a few men should possess the whole country, and the rest be tenants to the others. There, always, has been an actual struggle between the laboring part of the community, and those lazy rascals that have invented every means that the devil has put into their heads to destroy the laboring part of the community. I never knew a government supported long after the confidence of the people was lost, for the people are the government." 28. Intimidation, jails, and fines did not prevent the election of Jefferson in 1800 as the third President of the United States. One of his first acts in office was to nullify all the prosecutions and sentences under the Alien and Sedition Acts. The triumph of Jeffersonianism. Though most workers could not vote, their part in Jefferson's presidential campaign was crucial. In New York, it will be recalled, many mechanics and laborers could vote for members of the state assembly. Hamilton even admitted in 1796 that elections for the legislature had become a question between the rich and the poor of New York City. 24. Since the legislature of New York voted for the presidential electors, a victory in New York City for the Republicans would guarantee 12 electoral votes for Jefferson. Victory depended on the vote of the artisans. In New York, wrote Jefferson to James Madison on March 4, 1800. All depends on the success of the city election. He went on to point out the significance of this election in the entire national campaign. If the city election of New York is in favor of the Republican ticket, the issue will be Republican. If the federal ticket for the city of New York prevails, the probabilities will be in favor of a federal issue, because it would then require a Republican vote both from Jersey and Pennsylvania to preponderate against New York, on which we could not count with any confidence. Paul Lesterford, edition, The Writings of Thomas Jefferson, New York, 1892-1899, Volume 7, pages 433-34. Labor movement in the United States. 90. Mechanics, clerks, journeymen, and laborers. In order to win, the Federalists tried to coerce their workers by telling them to choose between Jefferson and their jobs. The New York Daily Advertiser of April 28, 1800, tried to frighten merchant and worker. Merchants, your ships will be condemned to rot in your harbors, for the navy which is their protection Jefferson will destroy. Cartmen, you may burn your carts, for the merchants will no longer be able to give you employment. The music of the hammer along our wharves and the hum of busy industry will not be heard. The temple of the Most High will be profaned by high impious orgies of the goddess of reason, personated as in France by some common prostitute. Turn out then, it concluded, you who are friends to the stability of government, to the security of property, the preservation of religion, and the faithful execution of the laws. The wealthy merchants, bankers, and lawyers did turn out, but so did the mechanics and laborers. It was they who carried the city for Jefferson. None of the horrors promised by the Federalists came to pass. During Jefferson's administration, democracy was extended in several states by the removal of property qualifications for voting. Universal suffrage in the new states on the frontier was almost taken for granted. In 1804, the people of Maryland amended their state constitution, extending suffrage to non-property holders. A few years later, South Carolina established universal manhood suffrage for white citizens. An important battle for trade unionists was the struggle of Jefferson L.C.L. his party against the use of English common law in America. Common law, the Jeffersonians said, consisted of unwritten rules promulgated by judges, that is to say, by the caprice, or the bigotry, or the enthusiasm of the judge. 25. The prosecution and conviction of the Philadelphia cordwainers in 1805 hastened the process of republicanizing the common law. Professor Walter Nels of Yale University Law School writes, throughout the era before the Civil War, the power of Jeffersonianism was tremendous. There would have been more conspiracy cases otherwise. And when Toryism pressed and won an occasional case, its moderation in victory was well advised. 26. On November 22, 1804, 3 weeks after the re-election of Jefferson, a journeyman printer summed up the practice of employers in New York in the following bitter observation: let all your workmen be of the right thorough going federal stamp. If any of them presume to speak well of liberty and equality, dismiss them instantly, and if the magistrate of your district is a good Federalist, you need not be exact in paying them what may be due. A brother typo in Republican Watchtower, November 2, 1800. Labor and Jeffersonian Democracy. 91. The New York Evening Post called for a nationwide day of mourning in which to recall the good old days when mechanics, laborers, and other plain people did not meddle in politics. The truth is, democracy and Jeffersonianism reign triumphant throughout the land, and men of character, of sense, and of property have nothing left but to sit down quietly and let the torrent rage. Instead of sitting down quietly, the Federalists concentrated on the state governments and the courts where they believed they could find shelter from the rage of the Jacobins. They changed their names in some states to Federal Republicans in order to get votes. Hamilton had even proposed a Christian constitutional society with branches in all cities which were controlled by the Jacobins. He suggested that a special appeal be addressed to the different classes of mechanics to get them to become members. 27. These were _Noel_main Federalist devices to halt democracy. As early as 1_803 they _HD_ worked out a plot for an armed coup d'état by which they hoped to overthrow Jefferson. Another and more extensive plot aimed to separate the New England states from the Unfaanana, reunite them with Britain. Anthony Merry, British minister to the United States, so informed his government. They naturally look forward to retain for support and assistance when the occasion shall arrive. 28. England was not the only ally on which the anti-Jeffersonians counted. Aaron Burr looked to Spain for assistance. Upshall the Federalist _W_air trying to separate New England from the rest of the Union. Aaron Burr was trying to separate the western from the eastern states. Labor and the embargo. British assistance was not long in coming. England announced her orders in council in 1807, forbidding the New World to trade with the European continent unless Britain gave her approval. British captains continued to seize American vessels and impress American seamen. Napoleon's Berlin and Milan decrees dovetailed with British policy when he forbade American trade with the British Isles and began to seize American ships. Q_NP December 22, 1807, President Jefferson replied with an embargo on all shipfug to and from America until the belligerents would modify their practice. The British orders in council received the wholehearted support of the Federalists. Foster, British Minister to America, was present at one of the conferences of the Federalists. He wrote, "The sum of these suggestions was that we should neither revoke our orders in council nor modify them in any manner. In short, they seemed to think that Great Britain could buy labor movement in the United States. 92. Management bring the United States into any connection with her that she pleased. 29. The success of these treasonable schemes depended largely upon the reactions of the common people. All at once the Federalists became solicitous of the suffering caused by the embargo, exaggerating the economic losses by ignoring the fact that Jefferson's policies were stimulating the growth of American industry. Some Federalists were hopeful that the embargo would turn the unemployed against Jefferson. There were articles in the Federalist press about the grass growing in the streets and ships rotting at the wharves. The busy hum of labor. The New York Commercial Advertiser of July 12, 1808, editorialized, "Once so grateful to the ear, the token of the nation's prosperity, has been succeeded by the poor man's groan, the laborer's complaint, and the miserable beggar's petition." In Charleston, the Federalist employers who were renowned for their callousness toward labor now observed that the day laborer who lives by the sweat of his brow finds his scanty profit diminished by the operation of this wretched policy. 30. Although there was much suffering in many seaport towns, few workers were fooled by these lurid tales. They saw it differently. The British faction in Boston having encouraged the depredation of our commerce and the capture of our seamen, the government is reduced to the necessity to lay an embargo to prevent a continuance of the outrage. If the produce of the farmer is lower, this faction must answer for it. If bankruptcies take place in our seaports, this faction must answer for them. It is old Toryism that is accountable to the farmer, tradesman, seaman, and merchant for their present difficulties. 31. The unemployed did not curse Jefferson and vote Federalist. On January 8, 1808, a notice in the New York Daily Advertiser called on all unemployed seamen to join in a mass meeting to demand jobs from the city government. No denunciations of Jefferson were found in the announcement nor in the subsequent meeting. A few days later, unemployed journeymen and ship carpenters met and demanded assistance from the city. A program of public works was set up to provide for those out of employment in consequence of the embargo. 32. Workers who openly voiced their support of Jefferson's policies were fired by Federalist employers, and others were threatened with loss of jobs if they did not sign petitions protesting the embargo. When intimidation failed, they drew up fake petitions. One such petition forwarded to the Massachusetts state legislature contained the signatures of no sailors. The legislature obligingly appointed a committee to meet with the signers. 6 signers were finally located. They testified that a man they had never seen before had canvassed the waterfront, stopped seamen, and had asked them to sign a paper. 33. Labor and Jeffersonian democracy. 93. The central issue in the New York City election of 1808 was the embargo. Baron Gardiner, an outspoken enemy of the embargo, was nominated by the Federalists, while the Republicans nominated Congressman G.S. Mumford, who had voted for the embargo and still defended it. Mumford was elected by a great majority. 34. Labor and the War of 1812. "The Federal leaders made no scruples of telling me," wrote the British minister in Washington on December 11, 1811, "that they mean to give their votes for war, although they will remain silent in the debates. They add that they see no end to restrictions and non-importation laws but in war, that war will turn out the administration, and then they will have their own way, and make a solid peace with Great Britain." 83. As war approached, the Federalists voted against all measures for adequate preparation. Once the War of 1812 had started, they increased their sabotage. Federalist governors in New England refused requests of the national government for militia. Federalist merchants and bankers refused to lend money to their country. Federalist businessmen carried on an extensive trade with the enemy. So extensive was this trade that the British admitted that had it not been for these supplies, their forces in Canada would have suffered famine. Recently published documents from the British Archives reveal that the Federalists had dispatched an agent to Sir John Sherbrooke, the English commander in Canada, to seek military support for the separation of New England from the Union. "This step," said the agent, "will paralyze the authority of the United States and crush the baneful democracy of the country." Sir John wrote to Lord Bathurst on November 20, 1814. "It is right that your lordship should be informed that there is a very strong democratic party in each of these commonwealths, and as they will in the event of any attempt being made to separate New England from the Union most probably be assisted by the general government in resisting this measure. It appears that the federal party wishes to ascertain at this early period whether Great Britain would under these circumstances afford them military assistance to effect their purpose should they stand in need for it." 86. When war came, labor responded wholeheartedly to President Madison's call for volunteers. In Norfolk, New York City, Philadelphia, Newark, Charleston, workers were the first to enlist. The New York Typographical Society called upon its members to defend the nation. 94. Fathers. 37. Labor movement in the United States. And established a special fund to assist the wives and children of members in the armed forces. The mechanics of Charleston formed a military company and swore to emulate the courage of their revolutionary. While Federalists were plotting America's defeat in the summer of 1814, the workers and other citizens of New York City were building fortifications to defend the city from imminent invasion. An appeal on August 27, 1814, to the citizens of New York appeared in the New York Columbian. Arise from your slumber! Let every citizen arise and enroll himself instantly, and prepare to defend the city to the last extremity. This is no time to talk. We must act, and act with vigor, or we are lost. Within a few days 25,000 men had been armed and were in training to defend their city. The workingmen of the New York Manufacturing Company and the Eagle Manufacturing Company volunteered as a group and trained before and after working hours. They spent their working days making arms and ammunition. David H. Raines, secretary of the New York Typographical Society, organized a company composed entirely of Union printers. 38 other citizens were working on the fortifications of Fort Greene in Brooklyn. 500 members of the Journeyman Carpenters Society worked for 2 weeks without pay. Members of the Kias, plumbers, cabinet makers, and chair makers unions dug trenches side by side with tradesmen, shopkeepers, women, and city officials. On August 17, several hundred union workers from Paterson, New Jersey, came to help with the digging. Some 150 free Negroes joined in the work. 811 This great effort of the people to defend New York inspired one of the most popular songs of the war, the Patriotic Diggers. To protect our rights against your flints and triggers, see on Brooklyn Heights our patriotic diggers, men of every age, color, rank, profession, ardently engage, labor in succession. Here the mason builds freedom's shrine of glory, while the painter gilds the immortal story. Blacksmiths catch the flame, grocers feel the spirit, printers share the fame, and record the merit. In September 1814, the Philadelphia Typographical Society resolved to appropriate 1 day's labor for each of its members on the fortification now erecting for the defense of the city. Later, on October 14, 1814, the society voted to assist the wives of such members of this society now absent in the service of the country as may be in the need of assistance. George A. Tracy, History of the Typographical Union, Indianapolis, 1913, page 44. Labor and Jeffersonian Democracy. Scholars leave their schools, with their patriotic teachers. Farmers seize the tools, headed by the preachers. How they break the soil. Brewers, butchers, bakers, here the doctors toil. They're the undertakers. Plumbers, founders, dyers, tinmen, turners, shavers, sweepers, clerks and criers, slashulers, engravers, clothiers, drapers, players, cardmen, hatters, tailors, gaugers, sealers, weighers, carpenters and sailors. Chorus. Pickaxe, shovel, spade, crowbar, hoe and barrow, better not invade, Yankees have the marrow. 40. 95. The British flinched before this magnificent defense, and abandoned their plan of capturing New York City. The 150 Negroes who joined in the defense of New York City were by no means the only Negro Americans to participate in the War of 1812. 1 sailor in 10 was a Negro in Perry's fleet at the Battle of Lake Erie. 41 A company of Negro soldiers fought under Andrew Jackson at the Battle of New Orleans. Old Hickory paid his tribute to them in a special order, in which he pointed out that their valor had surpassed his highest hope. 42. Extension of democracy. After America's victory in the War of 1812 had secured her independence, the Jeffersonians took up again the struggle to extend democracy. In Connecticut in 1817, the Republicans and the Episcopalians established the coalition American Toleration and Reform Party, and campaigned for religious toleration, a new constitution, and various government reforms, particularly universal manhood suffrage. The party carried the election. In June 2, 1818, Niles Register joyfully announced the victory. Emancipado.ono The legislature of Connecticut has passed a law extending the right of suffrage to all who pay taxes and do militia duty. The conservative Connecticut Courant was in despair. The fatal instrument is signed, sealed, and delivered, it said on October 20, 1818, after the new Constitution had been ratified. Thousands have been blindly led to perform an act by which they have sealed their own destruction, and fastened their children and posterity in bondage. A few years later, New York and Massachusetts followed in Connecticut's footsteps and swept away all property qualifications for voting. Other states soon followed suit. 96. Labor movement in the United States. Conservatives grieved over these final triumphs of Jeffersonianism. Men of wealth and property were to be placed in the hands and power of such men as thronged the city for day labor. 43 in November, 1821, Peter J., a prominent Federalist, noted the fact that there seems to be a passion for universal suffrage pervading the Union. When those who possess no property, he concluded, shall be more numerous than those who have it, the consequence will, I fear, be severely felt. 44. Thomas Jefferson faced the consequence calmly. I am not among those who fear the people, he wrote in 1816. They and not the rich are our dependents for continued freedom. 45. The economic depression of 1819 to 1822 destroyed even those unions qui athed mariage de survivre. He strikes and the conspiracy charges. Unemployment was general. 20,000 workers in Philadelphia and a like number in New York City were without work. 18 printer who arrived in New York in 1820 recorded, I had barely $2 in my pocket when I got here with my family. We lived 8 days without tea, sugar, or meat, on bread and butter only with cold water. It is pinching times. 2. Labor conditions. Nothing was done by public officials to relieve the suffering of the unemployed. Down in far-off Louisiana, Edward Livingston, a Jeffersonian Democrat, proposed a system of public relief to the legislature. Political society, he argued, owes perfect protection to all its MEM. Bears in their persons, reputations, and property, and it also owes niceties. Sorry subsistence to those who cannot procure it for themselves. Fu maintained that unemployment was the result of an unnatural growth often fostering white glutted the markets, and that the workers who produced the profits were left to starve or become objects of public charity. Therefore the community and the employers ought not to complain that it is forced to give occasional support to the unfortunate instruments of its prosperity. Society should never forget that the preservation of life is the first object, property is only a secondary one. C. And I be supposed that any just contract could stipulate that one of the contracting parties should die of hunger, in order that others might enjoy, without Dick-Fuck-Fun, the whole of their property? These ideas were too advanced for the legislature of Louisiana. The prevailing, erroneous opinions of the upper classes about the 97. G8. Labor movement in the United States. Poor were listed by Matthew Carey, a rich Philadelphia businessman, in his widely circulated pamphlet, Appeal to the Wealthy of the Land, on the character, conduct, situation, and prospects of those whose sole dependence for subsistence is on the labor of their hands. Sai. 1. That every man, woman, and grown child, able and willing to work, may find employment. 2. That the poor, by industry, prudence, and economy, may at all times support themselves comfortably, without depending on eleemosynary aid, and, as a corollary from these positions. 3. That their sufferings and distresses chiefly, if not wholly, arise from their idleness, their dissipation, and their extravagance. 4. That taxes for the support of the poor, and aid afforded them by charitable individuals, or benevolent societies, are pernicious, as by encouraging the poor to depend on them, they foster their idleness and improvidence, and thus produce, or at least increase, the poverty and distress they are intended to relieve. But the suffering of the working class and the callousness of the upper classes created what John Quincy Adams called a general mass of disaffection. For this feeling was intensified by the fact that every few years another industrial depression hit the nation, and the suffering had to be endured again. Again in 1829 unemployment was general. The editor of the New York Commercial Advertiser noted in January of that year, there is unquestionably more intense suffering at this moment than there has been for many previous years, if ever. A correspondent for the New York Times reported, thousands of industrious mechanics who never before solicited alms were brought to the humiliating condition of applying for assistance, and with tears on their manly cheeks, confessed their inability to provide food or clothing for their families. When prosperity returned, labor had little share in it. The average worker, said a contemporary, lived on the brink of starvation, has nothing left for his old age if he lives to attain it, becomes a vagrant supported by charity, and is finally buried at the expense of the parish. 5. A moving appeal of the working people of Manayunk to the public describes the conditions among many workers in August 1833, several years after the Depression of 1829. We are obliged by our employers to labor at this season of the year, from 5 o'clock in the morning until sunset, being 14 hours and a half, with an intermission of half an hour for breakfast and an hour for dinner, leaving 13 hours of hard labor, at an unhealthy employment, where we never feel a refreshing breeze to cool us, overheated and suffocated as we are, and where we never behold the sun. Labor Struggles, 1819 to 1837. 99. But through a window, and an atmosphere thick with the dust and small particles of cotton, which we are constantly inhaling to the destruction of our health, our appetite, and strength. Often do we feel ourselves so weak as to be scarcely able to perform our work, on account of the overstrained time we are obliged to labor through the long and sultry days of summer, in the impure and unwholesome air of the factories, and the little rest we received during the night not being sufficient to recruit our exhausted physical energies, we returned to our labor in the morning, as weary as when we left it. But nevertheless work we must, worn down and debilitated as we are, or our families would soon be in a starving condition, for our wages are barely sufficient to supply us with the necessaries of life. We cannot provide against sickness or difficulties of any kind, by laying by a single dollar, for our present wants consume the little we receive, and when we are confined to bed of sickness any length of time, we are plunged into the deepest distress, which often terminates in total ruin, poverty, and pauperism. Our expenses are perhaps greater than most other working people, because it requires the wages of all the family who are able to work, save only one small girl to take care of the house and provide meals, to furnish absolute wants. Consequently, the females have no time either to make their own dresses or those of the children, but have of course to apply to trades for every article that is wanted. 6. The plight of the unskilled laborers was even more tragic. Many unskilled Irish peasants had come to America when their English landlords had dispossessed them following the drop in the price of grain after the Napoleonic Wars. Thousands of them found no work at all, and those who did worked under killing conditions on canals and turnpikes at wages ranging from 50 to 87 cents a day. Matthew Carey commented on the conditions of the unskilled workers. Thousands of our laboring people travel hundreds of miles in quest of employment on canals, at 62, 75, and 87 cents per day, paying $1.50 or $2 a week for their board, leaving families behind, depending on them for support. They labor frequently in marshy grounds which destroys their health, often irrevocably. They return to /air poor families with ruined constitutions, with a sorry pittance, most laboriously earned, and take to their beds sick and unable to work. Hundreds are swept off annually, many of them leaving numerous and helpless families. Notwithstanding their wretched fate, their places are quickly supplied by others, although death stares them in the face. 7. Iowa. Labor movement in the United States. In 1829, a committee of 90 prominent Philadelphia women and 138 men sent a petition to the War Department protesting the pay received by women homeworkers making shirts for the Army. An expert seamstress, they said, by working from morning to night could make no more than 50 cents a day. Moreover, they were frequently out of work. The War Department replied that it could do nothing, since the issue was so intimately connected with the manufacturing interests and the general prices of this kind of labor in the city of Philadelphia. 8. Prices for this kind of labor were the same in other cities. In New York, women made pantaloons for 4 cents apiece and cotton shirts for 5 cents. With the utmost unremitting industry, a New York physician declared, "They can sew no more than 3 pair of pantaloons or 1 shirt a day." The Reverend M. Ely remarked in 1829 that a slave in the states of Kentucky, Virginia, and Tennessee was actually much better compensated than were working women in the Empire City. Workers in cotton factories, said Matthew Carey, had not yet reached the level of the slave, but some of them are fast descending to it, for work that began at sunrise in the summer until 10 at night. Printers, dyers, and needle spinners received from $2.50 to $0.80 a week. Women averaged $2.25 a week. Children under 12 earned 50 cents. 9. Mill workers were often forced to buy at company stores, where prices were exorbitant. In fact, wages were frequently paid in store orders. As a result, these workers lived in abject poverty. Very few were able to keep out of debt, asserted Carroll D. Wright, the noted 19th century American labor statistician. The balance of the account was generally against the workmen. 10. When unemployed, these workers were denied relief and ordered back to the towns and villages from which they had come. 11. At Waltham, Elwell, Lawrence, Dover, and Chicopee, the factory girls lived in boarding houses leased by the companies. Their lives were carefully regimented. Boarding house matrons were instructed to report the names of New York girls who stayed out late, did not attend church, and discussed grievances. Those reported were promptly discharged. In the mills, too, the company exercised complete control over the girls. One regulation of most textile factories required the girls to sign a pledge to work for such wages as the company may see fit to pay and be subject to the fines imposed by the company. Fines were imposed for the least infraction of the rules. One regulation bluntly announced, "The bell to call the people to their work will be rung 5 minutes and tolled 5 minutes. At the last stroke, the entrance will be closed and a fee of 12 cents exacted of anyone for whom it may be opened." Factory workers in Paterson continually complained that the employers have been uniformly in the practice of deducting 1/4. Labor struggles, 1819 to 1837. Hour from each day's labor, when we were behind the time but 5 minutes. 12. It was said to be a common thing in Paterson, as a result of this fine system, to see little children, and some of very tender years, at daylight in the cold of winter season, running through the snows and storms with a crust in their hands, and lest by being a few minutes too late they should incur the displeasure of their employer and get discharged. 13 factory girls were even forced to sign what became later known as a R_EQG_ trad, which stated WPN 9U9J.E engagation NEC_on Ibination whereby the work may be impeded or the conwaynee's interest in any work injured. If we do, we agree to forfeit to the use of the company the amount due to us at the time. Since wages were often paid twice a year, this clause carried considerable weight. Moreover, the mill owners had an effective blacklist system which made it impossible for any girl to obtain work with a new company who did not bring with her regular discharge from her former employer. A regular discharge was given only to those who had worked a full year and were not guilty of insubordination. 14. These then were the conditions for American workers in the years following the Panic of 1819, and these were the conditions which caused a revival of trade unionism in the 20s and 30s. More American workers were beginning to understand that, disunited, their wages would remain depressed, hours from sun to sun, and the harshness of life continue. United, the workers would be able to command decent wages, shorter hours, and better working conditions.